Hey there, hi there, everybody. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday. Let me tell you, it is a joy to be here. Let's go and Peanut the Wrinkle, Warfare of Cthulhu, Bailey. Just finished Honor Lost, the third book of the Honors trilogy. Glad it was a good read. Happy Saturday, Dr. Quandary. Hey there, Animal. Over Medium. Otter Zeal. Brian McCullough, hey, hey. Happy Saturday, Terminal Tractor. Morning Hex Dragon. How y'all doing, everybody? There we are. Ha! Caught the Spire. Excellent. Hey there, Drathomir, Theodore, Rubelstein, Recreational Trees, hello and welcome. Hey there, Blurst, Rogie Hoagie, yeah, 10 more. We set on ourselves at the beginning of the year a challenge to defeat the Spire 100 times with each of the 4 characters. A task we're now almost completely finished with. Only a few more left to go. It's pretty cool. It's been a lot of great fun tackling this challenge. We've had more success overall than I originally anticipated, and even set a new record for rotating streak during this year as a result of the challenge. Been very, very cool to see that happen. Definitely feel like I've continued to steadily improve at the game the more I play. And we're going to be doing a few more runs towards this challenge today, but at the start of stream here, I want to do something a little bit different, which is record a tutorial-style breakdown on how to win with the Defect. So the subject of this morning's discussion shall be Defect play and how to consistently build towards heart victories with this character. Like the other over-explained style runs for the base characters, we'll be playing on Ascension 5 for our demo run today. And I'll be sort of narrating the experience as we go, talking about how each of the cards that I'm offered, especially in Act 1, would shape the deck in the future, and how the Defect in particular can build along different pathways to reach a heart-beating deck. And you try to apply, you lose every time. That's the wonderful trickiness of Spire Peanut Wrinkle, is that every single decision is the result of... It's like the sum calculus of 20 different mini equations, and you have to figure out which equations outweigh all the others in a particular situation to arrive at the right choice. It's surprisingly delicate work. It takes a lot of practice. How does it make me feel to have so many people wanting to watch me? It's been absolutely wild having the community grow in all the different ways that it has over the past couple of years, especially this year and last year, have seen most of the community as it is settle into place. And most of that's due to YouTube, truthfully. It doesn't quite feel real or tangible to me. The chat room moves faster and is filled with many colorful names, but I don't know, don't usually quite get the sense that there's like this huge crowd that have accumulated, even though there is, in a sense, very much that. But yeah, it's surreal, definitely. It's definitely surreal. There are many lurkers, the silently approving crowd. I guess you would call the lurkers. I like them. I like them a lot. How's it going, Jan Koviak? For how long have I been streaming on Twitch? This is our... I guess we're working on year 5 now. We've done 4 complete years on Twitch at this point. Became a Twitch partner back in 2018. I want to say August of 2018. And I've managed to stick around since then. Kind of under the philosophy that if I can continue to do it slowly and steadily without letting up, that'll grow something meaningful, and it certainly has. It certainly has. So Peanut Wrinkle says, you know what it is? Watching your 820, it seems like the same play doesn't apply at Ascension 5, which is where my butt seems stuck. I think that most play that works on Ascension 20 will work pretty well on lower Ascensions. The neat part about the lower Ascensions is that you also then get to have a whole bunch of play that works on those Ascensions that doesn't work at high Ascension. And I find that tends to be stuff that you can much more frequently succeed with on lower Ascensions are greed picks, picking a card that doesn't do something, and then later picking the cards that go with it. Very classic example is Catalyst. You can get away with first picking Catalyst on Ascension 5 much more easily than on Ascension 20. It might even work out most of the time to do so. Whereas on Ascension 20, you're going to have a much higher failure rate if you do that. And the other thing that works really well on the lower Ascensions are block-heavy strategies. Picking and heck even upgrading a couple of block cards before you even think about adding damage to the deck can be very, very successful outside of a few specific encounters in Act 1 and early Act 2. And Defect actually can do this very well. We're going to be talking about Defect today. Defect has a lot of different block cards that are quite fantastic. Leap, Steam Barrier, Auto Shield, Boot Sequence, Genetic Algorithm is a big fan favorite too, for being especially terrible in the early game, but then very good later on. Equilibrium's my personal favorite for the one-turn retain. Glacier, of course, Reinforced Body. So many good, versatile block cards on this character. It's true, Vortex Curse, that the Gremlin Knob's behavior being different on lower Ascension can actually be a bit of a troublemaker. There's a few other AI that are different as well. The other big one I'll point to is the Champ, who on low Ascension is allowed to buff Strength immediately, which he can't do on A20. And it's possible for Ascension 5 Champ to just like buff Strength 3 times in a row as the first actions he does in the fight. Well, it'd be buff, attack, buff, taunt, buff. I think is the possible order that could happen. A20 Champ's not allowed to do that. And there's situations where the low-level Champ would kill you because of that, where the high-level Champ won't. But generally speaking, the strategies that... If you're in a situation where you're set up to kill an A20 Gremlin Knob, usually you'll do just fine against a lower Ascension one. You might take a little bit more damage in the process, but you've got more health to work with on the lower Ascension as well, so it's going to be counteracted in that regard. Do I think A20 is well balanced? I think so, very much so. There's a few enemies that kind of constrain the player's decision making a little bit. And I also don't necessarily think it's the most well balanced level of Slay the Spire. Also to coordinate that, I think yes, A20 is balanced. Do I think it's the most balanced difficulty level? No, I think that might be A15. But it is quite well balanced. There's almost always something the player has the option to do to take control of the situation somehow. Almost. And rarely is it too easy as well. How's it going, Einshaft? Would I consider playing the mod with extra boss fights? We did check that out briefly last time we played Downfall. I think we made the Hermit fight extra bosses. That was pretty fun to do. Do I know how many seeds are deemed impossible? I don't think we've proven more than just the one. But I would suspect that there are literally dozens of them. Dozens! Your odds of encountering any of them are astronomically small, of course. There's a link to the one we do know of, courtesy of Ubla. I think Ubla said in the blog post that their search criteria turned up something like a dozen and a half candidate seeds with very similar map conditions. And I'll also say that there are many other situations that could create an unwinnable run. Not all of them have been explored. I suspect there's an unwinnable Jawworm seed somewhere. But I've yet to see it actually happen. Someday we'll lose that fight. Someday. Does the seed determine draw order? Yes. Pretty much everything that occurs randomly. The potions that drop, the amount of money that drops, the cards you see in post-combat card rewards, relics that turn up, the order and target of enemy actions, all that stuff. We will be playing on Ascension 5 for this demo run, that's right. My hope is to use this as a run to show players how a consistent approach and mindset can yield very consistent heart wins on the lower ascension levels. That's kind of the goal of this. This is not to a video with the intent of showing off ways to win every time at A20, because that's what we try to do on the live stream, and it's really hard, apparently. So we haven't quite gotten it down. But maybe one of these days we'll figure it out. So before I start actually going into this run, I kind of just looking to refresh my mind with all the different ways that Defect has to scale. I feel like the other characters a little bit more easily can be... You can have their card pool broken down into archetypes, but... little sub-decks. But the Defect is really much more complicated than that, I tend to feel. There's almost an infinite number of different decks and sub-decks that you can create, including very unusual ways to arrive at winning strategies, like 4 copies of Hello World and a bunch of stack cards as a block engine. Just create a discard pile of 100 cards and use that to block for an arbitrarily large amount. And that can work. That can work really well, actually. But I wouldn't call that like an archetype or even a subset of cards. A synergy package? I don't know. I don't know what I would even describe that as. It's a potential endpoint you can arrive at. Is I guess what I would call it. Lots of cool toolbox cards. Yeah, this card solves this random Act 1 fight and a really important boss and one event, and that's it. What? I don't know. It's just how the Defect do. It's just how the Defect do. And then there's Thunderstrike, a card shouldn't even exist, yet it does. Infinite scaling, negative scaling, healing. Character has it all. Yeah, all I have to do is condense 6,000 hours of experience into one video. And I think the best way to do that is to just talk for 6,000 hours and then speed it up really fast. I think that'll be really effective content. That's right, and I'll be switching to the I've got a variety. We won't have the bar below my face either. Frostbite, thanks for the 3 months of support. Is there something wrong with Thunderstrike? It's clunky, I guess is what I could say about it. It's very rare for this to be a good card. Because alternately, conceptually, Thunderstrike is weird. Because it's a damage card that scales based off of your lightning orbs. You want, conceptually, to be able to make this card do as much damage as possible. And the way to achieve that is to channel as many lightning orbs as possible. But in the path to channeling as many lightning orbs as possible, you'll find that you no longer have a need for the Thunderstrike, because the lightning orbs have killed the thing. So, what was the Thunderstrike really for, exactly? Do I remember Chrysalis giving me 2 Thunderstrikes and an all for 1? I do. I do. That was also like the same week that Amaz on his stream got 3 Thunderstrikes off of Chrysalis. So that was an extra good follow-up. It's like the sequel. Yeah, it's hilarious how much worse it is than Blizzard, which scales off of a defensive item. So you can meaningfully, you know, just channel 500 Frost Orbs to make the Blizzard super powerful, and you won't have accidentally won in so doing. So you get to have the satisfying victory of the super cool powered blizzard. You just can't do that with Thunderstrike. But Lotus says, one thing I find interesting is that I feel some cards are stronger than the other cards, but I really don't know the why behind this feeling. Math is the ultimate way to get to the why. The big thing to look at the end of the day is the numeric value of damage or block produced by the card. And figuring that out for some cards is easy. Like figuring out how much damage Ball Lightning does is... That might be a little tricky with the Lightning Orb. Figuring out how much damage Streamline has done is quite easy. Figuring out how much block you've made with Leap is quite easy. But figuring out how much Chaos did for you, that's definitely a lot trickier. Figuring out how much you benefited from Reprogram, quite a challenge. Figuring out what Amplify did also could be seriously difficult. The more esoteric the card, the less straightforward the arithmetic is. And so you may need to do things like play a fight where you use the card and then save and quit, try not using the card, and see how the combat develops to get an idea for what the card is actually doing. Ultimately, the goal that the Spire Slayers are... the metric that the Spire Slayers are using to analyze how good their run is going is how much health did we lose in a given floor? How many hit points is my run at? So usually cards are evaluated in terms of their ability to provide health in specific fights. And a really good way to look at this in a limited context, where's my card library, is to think about the Jawworm fight or the Cultist fight. The first few combats of the game, and how the starting deck does with a couple specific cards added to it. So, for example, in Cultist attacks you for 6, then 11, then 16. You have to do about 55 damage to the Cultist to win. The starting deck usually takes a few points of damage because your defends block for 5, but the Cultist attacks for slightly more than that. So you either have to block for 1 damage and then not play a strike, or you have to take the damage. But anything that lets you get a little bit above the curve or deal better damage than a strike will improve that matchup. So cards like Ball Lightning and Beam Cell help a lot with their damage output. But small amounts of block become really helpful too. Cold Snap will save 1 or 2 health easily because the Frost Orb will block the extra 1 from the Cultist attack. Same is true of Jawworm. Jawworm attacks for 12 or 7 without any strength. Difficult to block with just defends because they block for 5, but 5 plus 2 is 7 and 10 plus 2 is 12, so you get a clean block there. And then over the course of the whole run, it ends up becoming a game of like, which fights does this incremental advantage help in and which ones does it not? So the value of the Cold Snap across the whole run ends up kind of like a running aggregate average of all of that. And that's not something that you can very easily math out in one sitting. I mean, you could with a spreadsheet in 45 minutes maybe. But you can also just develop a sense for it by playing hundreds of runs of Slay the Spire over many thousands of hours. And that works pretty well too. That's right, the game doesn't need every card to be universally useful. Ultimately, the game doesn't even need every card to be useful in any situation. There are a couple that are useful in almost none. Because you're always offered a choice of cards, generally speaking, so you can opt away from the ones that just don't provide a utility. What aspects of Spire would I say that I have mastered? The art of having fun. Yeah, I think I've mastered the fun aspect of the game. I've got the louse fight pretty well under control. Do I, though? Actually, I find myself taking damage in that fight more than almost any other Act 1. I don't feel like I've mastered picking a starting bonus, picking a path, playing the cards during even the starting fights of the game correctly. Although the more developed my deck is, the more confident I am that I'm actually making the right choices. So that's interesting. Picking card rewards. I don't feel like I've mastered that either. I don't know, man. This game's hard. But have I mastered reality? That I have done, yeah. I've mastered that. Yeah, I just listed every part of the game. All the important ones, anyway. I'm pretty good at potions. Sir Dan says, why do I lose every game with Scrape? Because you're discarding the cards you actually want to draw. Alternately, because you're adding so many zero-cost cards that you're not drawing any way to spend your energy. I don't really like Scrape very much for that reason. Although with the buff, it's actually half decent. Where's Scrape at? S. You. Draw 4 cards, discard anything that's not 0. The problem with a deck that it wants to incorporate Scrape is that... excuse me. Is that... the conditional draw it's really quite unreliable. I find that a lot of Defect decks want to be scaling / power cards that you sort of want to set up with by putting in play. Defragment, Glacier, Capacitor, what have you. Mixed with upfront do stuff immediately cards, and those are usually the zero-cost ones. FTL, Claw, Go for the Eyes, Beam Cell, maybe Energy Gain. If you're just drawing a handful of zero-cost cards, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot on your turn, numerically. You might be able to play them all, but if each of those cards only did 3 damage, that's worse than just playing 3 strikes, for example. I wouldn't say Scrape is one of those cards that's... I'd say maybe 90% of the time I skip Scrape. It does have utility now that it's 4 cards, 5 cards. There's some pretty good use there. And I particularly like it as a way to find cards like Seek. Scrape is also really good with Hologram. And to the chat member who's looking to make Scrape work more often, I would definitely recommend this pairing to go with. Hologram can get cards out of the discard pile, put them into your hand, so that way Scrape can draw a card that's higher than 0 cost, discard it, and you can use Hologram to fetch it back so that you can play it. Also, yes, very good with the Frozen Eye Relic that lets you see the draw order. Alright, I think I'm about ready to jump into our Defect run here. Thoughts on Creative AI? I've been liking Creative AI more and more. Wait, where's the card library? Somebody asked me recently about cards that I've increased in my evaluation of dramatically over the course of the year. Creative AI is one that's improved significantly, in my opinion, on Defect. Originally, I held that Creative AI was too slow. You have to pay 3 energy upright, and then more insultingly, you have to keep paying energy for every power that you play, that it creates. That's an enormous resource sink for the Defect, but what Creative AI does offer is essentially unlimited scaling, access to all the different cards in the Defect's power pool, although note this can't create self-repair. But Creative AI can very notably make more copies of itself, which can start to scale exponentially at that point, as well as Echo Form, and a lot of other useful powers that interact with orbs, most notably. Loop, Capacitor, Defragment are the main ones. So to that end, I tend to feel like Creative AI is one of the ultimate orb scaling cards, and where it really shines here is that for the cost of just one included power, you have an enormous amount of orb synergy that you can lean on for fights where it really matters. And this is really important because a lot of Defect decks absolutely get clobbered in the late game because they've added like 10 different powers. You know, you've got two defragments, 2 capacitors, a heat sinks, a storm, all that stuff. And your Act 3 fights involve you drawing 4 powers and a strike card and getting hit by Transient for 40 damage to the face. This happens a couple of times and you're dead. Your run's over. You've failed yet again as Defect in Act 3 because you drew absolutely no block, no orbs, just setup, just all the setup cards, and you were killed. But if you only have 1 setup card, then it's impossible to draw a hand full of powers because you only have 1. So where Creative AI truly shines is because you can have a 15 or 20 card deck, very small, consistent deck of Defect cards that has at the same time the potential to grow its orb power enormously and tackle late game bosses. So that, to me, is what Creative AI ends up being. It's really dense scaling, and it serves a very similar role to Ironclad's Demon Form. Works in a pretty similar way. Demon Form I also really like on Ironclad for the same reason. You can have a deck that only needs 1 good setup card, and it can work off that because of how much setup you get. That part's cool. It still is slow and clunky, and it's also random, which means it can be really, really good sometimes and really, really bad other times. If it like only makes static discharge over and over again, and you don't want it to do that, then you might have a bad time. But it does work wonders. Does work wonders. Demon Form can also heal you with Bird-Faced Urn, so can Creative AI. And if you have a self-repair, but not an Echo Form, then Creative AI can also heal you roundaboutly. Roundaboutly. Alright. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break before we actually jump into our Defect run here, our tutorial-style run. So I don't have to take a break during the run. This will probably be a 2.5 hour run, if I had to guess. Be a little slow here. I'm going to be looking to explain as much as possible about the context of the class and how that shapes the early game decisions, especially. Have I seen Slice and Dice? How's it going, Neurostatic? Yes, I have. Slice and Dice looks pretty dang cool. Have I taken a break during a run? Oh, yeah, definitely. Sometimes you gotta go. I try not to do it during YouTube content, but when nature calls, you gotta answer. Speaking of, I'll be right back. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Let's get this show on the road. Yeah, that should work for camera position. Fun biology fact, you're all heckin' amazing and beautiful. Heck yeah. Oh, and that actually reminds me of one more thing. Okay. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here. Today I want to talk about the Defect, third character in Slay the Spire. Defect is one of the most mechanically complicated, if not the most complicated, of the 4 characters in the Spire. And today I want to teach you how to tackle Act 4 and defeat the Corrupt Heart as this character. This is definitely not an easy goal for those looking to take it on. The Corrupt Heart is a very, very challenging boss in Slay the Spire, and I think the Defect struggles perhaps most of all with this particular boss and the route required to get there. So what I'm going to be doing is diving into a run here on Ascension 5. Difficult, but not too difficult, to help you get that first heart kill as the Defect. If you're looking for advice on how to win on the highest Ascension level, 820, then I highly recommend checking out the live stream linked up here below the video, where we try to tackle the Ascension 20 heart with all 4 characters almost every day. Without further ado, let's dive in here and talk about what makes this character so special. First of all, the Defect is blue, and I think that's just heckin' cool. Defect personally is my favorite character in the Spire. Just really like their special gimmick and mechanic. And that mechanic is orbs. More on that in a moment. So, first thing that you should do in any run of Slay the Spire is open up the map here. At the very beginning, the whale will offer you some choices. Looks like we have a limited set of choices for this run, and I'm just fine with that. But before you make your choice, you should inspect the map and take a look at what awaits you in the path ahead, as well as, most importantly of all, which boss are you facing at the end of the act, because that'll shape a lot of the decisions over the course of your run. In this run, it looks like we're facing the Slime Boss. Slime Boss is a sort of multi-enemy boss fight, an enemy that's going to split in half multiple times. And that's a fight that's going to require us to pick cards that are offensively oriented in nature, ideally ones that can hit multiple foes. So I like to plan out my path through the act before I really pick any of my starting things. In Act 1, it's important that you develop your character's deck of cards as much as you can. Essentially build up as much strength as you can. There's essentially 3 primary ways to improve the deck of cards that you have in Slay the Spire. The first and most easy way to do that is to add new cards to the deck. You get new card reward. You get a card reward given to you after every regular combat. And so taking regular combats as one of the first things that you do in a run, I think, is usually quite important. I try to avoid recommending going for question mark rooms early. Taking too many of these too early will deprive you of card rewards that you need to get your deck started. The other ways to improve the deck of cards are to upgrade cards that you have, which you can do at rest sites. This will improve them numerically in some way, either improving the amount of block or damage they deal, or by reducing their cost, as in the Zap and Dual Cast cards that we have access to. Very important to note that both of the Defect's special starting cards have a cost reduction, which can be quite useful, especially in synergizing with some of the Defect's other cards. You can also remove cards, frequently done at shops, but we can also get these from unknown rooms. Being able to remove cards is quite important. The less cards you have, the more likely you are to draw other cards, noting that you draw only 5 cards per turn. As the deck increases in total number of cards, the odds that you see any particular one decrease. So removing cards to ensure that you can still draw the cards that you want to is very important. Generally speaking, on this character in particular, I strongly advocate to get rid of all the strike cards. These cards are useful here at the very beginning of Act 1 in order to deal damage to early combats, but very quickly become completely irrelevant as they're outclassed by many other things that the Defect can do, and the Defect also doesn't have very many ways to improve these starting strike cards in the starter deck. So removing all 4 of these is going to be a priority as we go about our run. So, how do you get the most power out of an act? How do you path in such a way as to get the most value for your floors? In Slay the Spire, the number of floors that you visit is always the same on every single run. You ascend a spire of 50 floors, 50 different nodes that you'll visit along the way. And there's no way to get more of these. You can only make different choices as to what kind you visit along the way. In Act 1, my priorities are rest sites. Getting upgrades are quite valuable, and at the beginning of a run, you have no upgraded cards, which means every upgrade is very, very useful. As well as elites to get relics, as well as money. Elites drop twice as much money as regular fights. They also give higher rarity card rewards. However, defeating the elites can be quite tricky, so simply pathing headlong into elites doesn't always work out. I usually like to get at least 3 combats, and ideally also a rest site before the first elite. So I'm going to mark in green here paths that I think are quite reasonable to start out with. Note that this is an act where we pretty much have to fight an elite early on. Sometimes Spire does generate this for you, where there's no way to path through or around elites. You just have to fight them. So going through this shop is, that's not that reasonable, actually. We'll mark that one a different color. So here's the green paths. These are both reasonable. These hit a rest site before the first elite and get plenty of card rewards. I'm going to mark in red a more dangerous path. This elite is encountered before a rest site, and I think is a lot more dangerous, as well as fighting multiple elites in a row. I wouldn't recommend going this way, but it's a possibility if we felt strong. Could also similarly take this path and end up fighting this elite, possibly all 3 of these. But to do so would be bold. I don't recommend going along any of these paths that I've marked in red, because the risk is placed before the rewards. You'll lose a lot of health going into elites without upgrades or proper preparation. But at the same time, taking too few elites will leave us short in relics and rewards for the later game. Something I also value when I'm looking at a path in Act 1 is the ability to change where I'm headed. These paths branch at frequent times, allowing you to choose left or right, being able to either fight or not fight an elite, depending on whether you're prepared or not at the time, is something that can be very, very valuable. Something I like to call optionality in Slay the Spire. The ability to make a different choice as you've gotten a little bit further down the path. So looking at what I've drawn out so far, the path that has both the green path that has the most optionality is this one here, because we can at several points decide to opt into fighting more elites, opt into a shop, or something else. So let's remove all these other paths that I'm not going to take off the map here, and leave us with the one that we do like, at least a little bit. It says it's on a collision course with that burning elite. More on that in a moment. But looks pretty good overall. Several early rest sites are going to help upgrade important starting cards. And we're going to have quite a bit of health to work with, thanks to our Nia bonus. Which we can, I think, finally make a choice here, now that we've got a start. If you didn't make it to the boss on your previous run, you'll only get these two options. 1 hit point for your first 3 enemies, or 7 additional max health, a little bit more chonkitude. Taking the 1 hit point combats can be really, really worth it if you can make one of the first 3 fights an elite fight. There is actually a way to do this on the far left here, but it's a little bit unreliable. First unknown room is a 10% chance to be a fight, then 20, then 30. So it's only about a 50-50 chance that you would get to that elite and have it be at 1 health. And if it doesn't work out, you could end up in the bin pretty quick. So instead, I think it's much better to take a bit more max health. Max health's actually very, very useful, particularly on Defect, if you're looking to take on the heart in Act 4, as it gives you some more wiggle room in the late game. And is a very valuable resource here in Act 1. Generally speaking, I consider the Defect to be pretty good at the fights of Act 1. Here now in our first combat, I'll talk a little bit about the orbs of Defect and what makes the Defect special. Defect starts every combat with 3 orb slots, so the only character that gets orb slots by default. And they have by default a zap card that creates a lightning orb, as well as a starting relic, the Cracked Core, which gives you a lightning orb at the start of combat. Orbs are very powerful passive effects. The orbs give you an effect every single turn for each one that you've got channeled. The lightning orb deals damage, 3 per turn for having a lightning orb, or 8 if it's evoked, which happens either when your orb slots are full and you try to create a new orb, or when you play an evoke card like Dual Cast, which evokes the orb twice. Dual casting a lightning orb deals 16 damage. This means that the Defect actually has quite good starting damage relative to the other characters. With 4 strikes, a dual cast, and a zap, the Defect can output almost as much damage as the Watcher can with her starting deck. And you can even get some serious improvements on that by upgrading the zap, the dual cast, or the strikes. That said, you generally don't want to be doing that. Upgrading your strikes as Defect, that is. You'd much rather remove them. Defect's high damage allows them to be pretty defensive in these early fights here. Number to keep in mind during your early fights is 28. That's the damage Defect deals with Strike, Strike, Dual Cast on the Lightning Orb. Any enemy with less than 28 health can be killed in 1 easy turn. And that is your goal very often as the Defect, is use your orb damage to kill the enemies in the fight as quickly as you can. So, after each fight will be offered card rewards. Building a deck as Defect is quite a challenge. There's a whole bunch of different directions that this character can go in, and a whole host of different cards that you get offered to do that with. And you can kind of lump those into a few broad categories. Category 1, block cards. Cards that generate block immediately, especially. Of which Steam Barrier is a good example here. For 0 cost, we get 6 block, more than a defend. Gets a little bit worse each time you play it, but generally speaking, this is a nice little block supplement. There's several cards in this character's card pool that have very similar effects, like Leap, Auto Shields, Equilibrium, just to name a few. And as we get later and later into the game, we'll want to pick up a couple of these and maybe upgrade some in order to keep ourselves able to block. I actually would say Steam Barrier is quite a reasonable first pickup here. Second broad category, damage cards. Cards that do damage directly. Defect has a wild array of attacks. Not many of them do a huge amount of damage, but you're going to need to incorporate some damage cards into your deck. Especially early game, in order to be able to tackle the foes that lie ahead of you. In particular, elites of Act 1 require damage output. Unfortunately, there are no damage cards offered here. Usually I advocate going damage first, but there aren't any. Orbs are another direction the Defect can scale. The Defect has 3 orb slots initially, and I generally recommend picking up cards that can help you fill those orb slots quickly. Cool-headed here, Channels of Frost, which is a defensive orb. It will give us block every turn and can be quite useful. However, the amount of block is rather slow. Cool-headed also draws one, which is nice. So if we want to go in the direction of channeling more orbs, Cool-headed would be a good pick. The last, well, maybe not last, another direction that the Defect can go in is, in terms of developing their deck, is by incorporating more card draw and more energy gain. By default, you've got 5 cards and 3 energy, so you look at 5 and you choose 3 to play, but as you go further into the run, you'll be able to pick up cards that let you draw other cards, or cards that let you generate energy to, when combined with one another, allow you to play more total cards overall. And a very valid way to develop a deck of Defect cards is to, in parallel, add card draw and energy gain, until you are able to play so many cards that you can defeat all of your enemies. Sometimes this can even create an infinite loop of cards, where you can play cards in a cycle for as long as you want in order to achieve any numerical effects. In terms of card draw, Cool-headed does contribute in that fashion. It's also got an upgrade that improves the card draw. There's also Hello World, which generates a random common card to our hand every turn. Generally speaking, the common cards of the Defect are quite good. Don't sleep on this card if you're new to the character, and I think I might even be showing it off here for its ability to help us out in a couple of fights. Actually, yes, I get to talk a little bit about our boss matchup too. Hello World generates 1 card per turn. It's a power, one of many on the Defect. This is a character that has access to quite a few of these types of cards. You play them once, then they stay in play, providing a common effect. An ongoing effect, excuse me. One of the best ways to find success with the Defect is to stack the effects of many powers on top of each other. Hello World, by giving us 1 common card each turn, is going to give us more options for what to play. It's also going to generate cards we don't have, potentially giving us options we wouldn't even have access to otherwise, like Vulnerable from Beam Cell or something. And where I see the Hello World actually having the most utility is our Act 1 boss, the Slime Boss. This is a long and difficult fight against multiple enemies where we'll be weighed down by status cards, slime cards, that can interrupt our draws. By generating new cards each turn, you can counteract the effect of enemies that add status cards to the deck. So I think actually in this position, this Hello World is quite good. The best times for Hello World, in my opinion, are very, very early on as the Defect. And then again, actually later on at the very end. So we'll have to see how it does. And we'll even give it a chance here in this Jawworm fight. Jawworm's kind of a tricky opponent. They attack and block kind of in equal measure. Any added damage or defense that you have is going to be useful. The tricky thing about the Hello World card is that it doesn't do anything immediately when you play it. It takes until the beginning of the next turn. And that can really be awkward for early turns of combats where you'd rather have drawn something that blocked, or at least something that does damage. So, Strike deals 6 damage immediately, whereas Zap is going to do 3 per turn. As long as the fight lasts longer than 2 turns, Zap will be more total damage. Usually, I strongly advocate playing Zap over Strike when you have the choice between the two, in most fights. We immediately get a Claw card from the Hello World. Gives us some bonus damage, very good. And once again, remember that number 28 dual cast does 16, and then 2 strikes is 12, which is more than enough to KO the Jawworm here. Don't even worry about blocking that 16. We're going to find that being offensive with our orbs is going to make our life a lot easier overall. Ooh, I quite like this card reward here. Charge Battery, a Hologram, and a Rebound. Charge Battery is another one of those good block cards I talked about last floor, whereas Hologram and Rebound belong to a category of cards I like to refer to as card manipulation on the Defect. And these cards are very, very useful. They have a small numerical effect on their own. Hologram's a little bit of block, Rebound is some decent damage, but more importantly, these cards give you the ability to return a card. In Rebound's case, from your hand to the top of the draw pile. In Hologram's case, from your discard pile to your hand. In either case, you're getting to play one of your better cards a second time, either by putting it into your hand and playing it immediately, or by preparing to draw it on a future turn. I'm a very big fan of these in general. In here in the early game, we do want some damage. I did say we wanted damage as our first couple of card picks, and Rebound is definitely damage in addition to being card manipulation. So I would usually advocate for Rebound over Hologram here, although I wouldn't call you wrong for taking either of them. I think Charge Battery would be reasonable here too. If we had taken the Steam Barrier from the first card reward, I'd say that you should take the Rebound or the Hologram, never the Charge Battery. But it's definitely important that we get some damage built. So let's grab this Rebound. I think taking Rebound here sets us up to take a block card from potentially our next card reward. So we get an event. Curious what this will be. Events are quite variable in Act 1. This could be a heal. This could be a upgrade. This could be a card removal. It seems to be Ranwid, a cheery, disheveled fellow that we do not know. Ranwid asks for a trade. We can give something up in order to gain a relic, be it a potion, money, or our Hello World card. Or we can attack him, which just sends him away. Potions are quite useful in the early game, but I think we can make do without this Swift Potion here. We don't need the 111 gold immediately. I could take this money and go to the store, but I generally don't feel like shops are particularly worthwhile on the Defect unless you have at least 150 gold, which we don't. So I would avoid that shop for now, which means we could afford to lose the money here if I was worried about the short term. But having 111 gold for later in the run is going to be much, much, much more useful than the Swift Potion. So I'd rather lose the Swift Potion than the 111 gold. Lastly, the Hello World card. We did just pick that up, and I think it's useful. We could make do without it, but I really want to show off what it can do. So we're going to lose the Swift Potion and get a relic. Ranwood gives us a Preserved Insect. The first of, hopefully, many, many relics this run. That means our elite rooms are going to have less health, and that already sets us up quite well to tackle the first elite that we're facing. It's a good start from Ranwood, I would say. Definitely don't miss opportunities to pick up relics if you're looking to slay the heart. One of the most reliable ways, in my opinion, to tackle the heart and Act 4 is to accumulate many, many relics. A whole bar all the way across the top of the screen is the best way to do it. Got 2 lice. Lice are nice. 2 lice attacking us for 7 and 6 respectively. There's a couple different things we can do here. So when you strike a louse, it gains curl up block. These lice don't have very much curl up, only 3 thanks to our low ascension level, meaning we can kill them with strike and rebound. Well, we can kill the back one with strike and rebound, because it would take either 9 or 6, gain 3 block, and then the second attack kills it, whereas this one would live on 1. And then I could play 1 defend and we would take 2 damage. Another option, I could play 1 attack and both are to block cards. We would take 3 damage, right? Block for 10. We're being attacked for 13, so we lose 3 health. Last option, play the Dual Cast. Dual Cast evokes the orb twice, hitting for 8. A lightning orb damage is not attack damage. Very important to note. Orbs are not attacks, and so this will not activate the curl up of the lice. There's a 50% chance that this orb outright kills, that the dual cast outright kills, because it hits randomly twice. So it's a 50-50 that it hits front or back, and then a 50-50 again that it hits front or back. That ultimately adds up to a 50% chance that it hits the same one twice. And no matter what, the front one's going to get hit. If the back one didn't outright die, which means the worst case scenario is that I can then rebound and defend and take 1. And the best case scenario is that I can defend twice and take 0. So playing dual cast here is the best line for this fight, because now I can rebound defend. Or defend rebound if I don't want to put the defend on top. And I think that's the case. Actually, wait, what am I talking about? Excuse me, hold on. No, we don't do that. We hit them both with an attack. What am I talking about? Excuse me. Got a little confused there. Alright, another fun set of options. 3 more common cards for the Defect. I think they're all just fine. Happens to the best of us, that's right. So, stack gives us block based on the number of cards in our discard pile. Stack is rather curious here. This is an awkward card in the early game. Note that if your discard pile has 0 cards, then stack blocks for 0. But the more cards, the better the block. Hologram lets us fetch something from the discard pile. We saw that again. Or Compile Driver. Deal a bit of damage and draw 1 card for each unique orbs. That's different type of orb. If you've got 3 lightning orbs, it draws 1. If you have 1 lightning orb and 1 frost orb, it draws 2. If you have 1 lightning, 1 frost, 1 dark, you draw 3. Adding more attack cards is quite reasonable. I like adding card draw as well, so Compile Driver feels quite reasonable. I could see stack becoming quite useful later on. It's also, yes, quite nice with the Hello World, generating new cards. Kind of fun with rebound. I am a big fan of Hologram in general, adding more. So I guess the way that I would see each of these developing the deck. Stack is going to be mediocre block in the short term, and then large, potentially very useful block in the later game. Hologram is useful immediately for letting us put zap or rebound back into our hand, as well as giving us a bit more block density. And the Compile Driver is nice, useful, immediate damage and draw. I think I'll take the Compile Driver here as the best card for tackling the immediate elites. I think this is definitely the best card for the short term, whereas Hologram or Stack would be better long term. Let's go with this Compile Driver. Add some damage to the deck. Generally speaking, my goal in Act 1 is to add approximately 5 cards to the deck. Usually 3 or 4 damage cards, and then a couple of long-term scaling or block cards. But not too many of those. The primary focus in Act 1 is to add more damage. So, 2 fungi beasts. Being attacked for 6 by the one on the far side. I don't quite have enough damage to KO it. Although there's actually a chance that we could. If we strike, rebound, we deal 21 damage, leave it on 3. Then there's a 50% chance the orb will strike it and kill it before it hits us. The only other way to prevent this damage would be to use one of our potions, but generally speaking, I wouldn't recommend using a potion here. When potions drop in Slay the Spire, I try to assign a use to them in my head. And in Act 1, that use is almost always so that I can tackle the elites of Act 1 and get some relics. I strongly value having potions going into the elite fights over a few more hit points. And 6 is definitely not enough hit points for me to consider spending a potion on. Usually I'm looking at about 10 to 15. Plus, we do have that 50% chance, so let's roll that. 50-50 odds here. Lightning Orb says we don't get it this time. That's all right. And now, what do we do here? When you kill a fungi beast, you become vulnerable. meaning you take 50% more damage for 2 turns. So if we kill this fungi beast, the other one will start doing 15 damage to us. Cannot kill them both, so I think we should block 3 times. Again, we had a 50-50. Either the lightning orb strikes this one, in which case this will go to 15, we'll fully block it, or it'll strike the front one, in which case we'll take 1 damage. But in either case, we'll get a reprieve next turn. Or, well, I guess that's not a reprieve. We'll get a victory, is what we'll get. Glad we took the compulse over here. 9 plus 7 plus 6 equals 16, 22 plus 3 from the lightning orb equals just enough to just barely kill that rat and get us through the fight without any more health loss. Good. Very good. We're offered some more damage options. Sweeping Beam hits all enemies and draws a card, whereas Ball Lightning channels a lightning orb. Normally, I would advocate for Ball Lightning here. Ball Lightning is very good early game, no-nonsense damage. Nice attack damage to a target of your choice, and the channeled lightning is good. Overclock is a card I don't see a lot of use of on Defect mostly. It's immediate draw, but then you add a status card to your discard pile, which means that Overclock will let you look at all the cards in your deck one time more quickly, but penalizes you in the long run. I think Overclock is best in Defect decks with a lot of powers that want to play them all, which is not us. Sweeping Beam is the first area damage card that you're offered, and a general piece of advice is to take and upgrade the first area damage card you're offered. Fights where you don't have the ability to hit multiple foes can be a real challenge for the Defect because the damage of your lightning orbs is randomly targeted. This can be a real big penalty for the Defect when it comes to fighting multiple enemies. So multi-enemy fights tend to be one of the Defect's biggest weaknesses, I feel like. We're also fighting a boss that's going to be multiple enemies, so for that reason, I feel like Sweeping Beam is actually quite a good card. Its damage is underwhelming, but if you upgrade Sweeping Beam, and you really ought to if you take one, it's not too bad. Sweeping Beam, when combined with a bit of card manipulation especially, can do a really good job at dispatching troublesome foes. So that's what I'm going to do here, is pick up this Sweeping Beam so that we have an area damage option. And we're going to make it our first upgrade as we go forth. We're definitely well set here to take on this elite with the Sweeping Beam upgrade, and then the next elite afterwards, perhaps with Zap upgraded. Or we'll maybe consider upgrading something else, depending on what we get from the first elite. But I think that Sweeping Beam will serve us not just well here, but also into Act 2. And potentially quite well alongside the Rebound. More on that later. Alright, so who will our first opponent be? When you fight an elite, there's always 3 possibilities, no matter which act you're in, as to what exactly it is that you'll face there. This is the Lagavulin, a sleepy egg that will stay asleep for up to 3 turns until awakened. After being awakened, it's a pretty vicious fight. They do 20 damage per turn, and will occasionally debuff us, lowering our strength and dexterity. I find that this opponent is usually a pretty good matchup for the Defect, because the Defect can take advantage of those sleep turns to put orbs and powers in play. That's what we're going to do here, is just skip our first turn and try to get Hello World and Zap into play. Then on turn 3, we'll wake up the egg. We generate a charge battery off of the Hello World, and already we're going to start to see how that gets really useful here. Let's play the Compile Driver and draw 1. And then use Rebound to put the charge battery on top. This not only gives us a 7 block card into our hand for next turn, but playing it also gives us 1 energy next turn, which I can use on the charge battery. We get a Beam Cell, too, to allow us to apply Vulnerable. So let's block as much as we can here. Battery, defend, defend. Not feeling like we need to use our potions at the moment, although that would have been a turn to maybe consider it. And then we can Beam Cell and either Strike or Zap. Strike would deal 9 damage up front, Zap would be 3 per turn. I think we Zap. We definitely don't win next turn, so this fight's going to last at least 3 turns. And we managed to redraw the charge battery again, so we can again block for 17. Sweeping Beam does more damage than the Compile Rivers, so let's go Beam, and then block. We should be able to win the fight by KOing the Lagavulin before it attacks us again. As on this turn, we get to do some stuff. Let's rebound that dual cast. KO the egg. Ended up taking only 6 damage to the Lagavulin. Hello World very usefully generating a charge battery. And we even actually gain health after picking up 7 max health with the strawberry. Really like having lots of max health on the Defect. Makes me quite confident going into the late game. Especially that I'll be able to tank a hit from a boss if I need to. Our first energy generating card is being offered to us here. Turbo makes 2 energy immediately and puts a void into the discard pile. I really like Turbo when you've got card draw. And I would classify Hello World, Compile River, and Sweeping Beam all as card draw. So Turbo is quite exceptional. There's also fan favorite Claw. This is a card you can make a deck around. A self-synergistic card that increases the damage of all other claws and itself when played. Pretty fun card. Quick pro tip, if you want to make Claw work, recommend Claw plus Frost Orbs plus card draw. Ideally, Claw Cool-Headed or Claw Skim Glacier. Works really well. What about a Ball Lightning? Do we want a Ball Lightning here? I think personally we want this Turbo. Generally speaking, the energy generating cards for me aren't that useful until you've got a little bit of card draw. But once you can draw a couple of extra cards, doesn't have to be much, and we have enough at this point, then creating energy can be very good indeed. I'm going to grab this Turbo, and we might see as we proceed that we're able to incorporate more card draw, more energy gain, and use that to just play more and more and more cards each turn as a way to win. What's our second upgrade going to be? Now that I have Turbo, I'm a little bit less motivated to upgrade my Zap card. So our most notable upgrades would be, we can get an energy reduction on Zap, energy reduction on Dual Cast, we can increase the energy generation on the Turbo, or we can improve the damage of Rebound or Compile River. I rarely recommend upgrading your starting defends or strikes. You ideally want to remove them instead. Zap upgrade is often my go-to if I don't have my orb generation maxed out yet. I do tend to enjoy upgrading Turbo whenever I get one. Let's upgrade the Zap. You always get a relic in the middle of the act. This is the first time you'll be offered your blue key here. If you're looking to beat the heart, and since you're watching this video, I'm hoping that you are, then you'll need to acquire 3 keys along your journey. Now, let's go in the very upper left of the screen here. You get 1, the blue key, from skipping a relic that you see in a chest. You have to take the key instead of the relic, so choose very carefully. A second is acquired by facing an elite with a burning aura on the map. That's our next floor here, this thing. That'll be the green key. And lastly, the red key comes from opting not to upgrade a card at a rest site, instead taking the recall action. Probably won't be doing that in Act 1. Happy Flower is one of the better common relics, in my opinion. Every 3 turns, we get 1 energy. This is a relic that has a counter on it that persists between combats, meaning that the turn you end combat on can make a difference for your next fight because of the way that the relic works. I think we'll be taking this Happy Flower. A little bit of extra energy goes a long way. This character, the Defect, really thrives on having a ton of energy to spend. So I think picking up more ways to get energy can really be a good idea. Our second elite here is the Gremlin Knob. Reduced in health by 21 thanks to the preserved insect here. Gremlin Knob is a pretty difficult opponent for the Defect especially. Turn 1, the Gremlin Knob enrages, and after that, every time you play a skill, the Gremlin Knob will gain strength and attack you for more, which is a real problem because most of your orb cards are going to be skills. We've drawn really luckily on turn 1 here. I like what we can do. And I think I'm going to spend my potion, mostly because I need to understand how this mechanic works. I'm not 100% sure what happens here. So, using Rebound, we can put our next card plate on top. We want to put our most damaging card back on top. Let's put the Sweeping Beam on top. And let's additionally duplicate it with this Duplication Potion. This will draw 2. And should put the Sweeping Beam on top. I'm not 100% sure if this is going to draw the Sweeping Beam itself. I kind of need to know. Does this draw a Sweeping Beam? It does! Oh, that's so cool. So we can Sweeping Beam a third time. And now we can play Turbo for some energy here. To allow us to either strike Dual Cast for 22, leaving the Gremlin Knob at a mere 3 health. Or we can strike twice and have the Lightning Orb, which means Compulsiver would draw. But if we leave Gremlin Knob at 3, Compulsiver would simply kill it. Let's do as much damage as we can here. Rorg. Alright, Gremlin Knob is down. Managed to perfectly defeat that elite thanks to the reduced health of the preserved insect. And hopefully that shows off why focusing on damage cards in the early game will help you with the elite fights. If you've ever struggled with Gremlin Knob, I'm sure that was pretty satisfying to watch. Get a Smiling Mask. This is a very nice relic on the Defect. It's going to make card removals at stores cheaper. 50 gold always. And that's going to incentivize us to visit multiple stores. We also get our green key and a card reward containing genetic algorithm, bias cognition, and barrage. How curious. Genetic Algorithm is a block card that gets better every time you play it, sometimes called a meta-scaling card or a side quest card. You want to make sure you play it one time every fight, and by the end of the game, it'll be an enormous block that can stop an entire attack single-handedly. Bias Cognition, meanwhile, gives you access to the very valuable Focus card. I consider this one of the most powerful cards on the character. Gives you Focus stat, which makes orbs deal more damage or generate more block, depending on what type they are. Focus is hard to get your hands on, and Bias Cognition provides more focus than any other card in Slay the Spire. Problem is, you lose 1 focus per turn, but there are ways around that. One of the most reliable ways, in my opinion, to get a victorious Defect Heart win is to take the card Bias Cognition, and to find ways to stop the focus loss. You can use the Shop Relic Orange Pellets, or you can have Artifact when you play the Biased. Lastly, Barrage hits once per orb you have. Really recommend getting your orb generation online before you take Barrage. Otherwise, it won't do very much, which is certainly the case here. We just don't have that many orbs currently. Didn't take Ball Lightning. Had we taken Ball Lightning, this would be a much easier Bias Cognition. But I think because we have so few orbs, I might want to take Genetic Algorithm here. And ignore the Bias Cognition for now. I think that's what I'm going to choose to do. Let's take a Genetic Algorithm here. Start working on creating a long-term, high-value block. And our path from here is going to be as follows. We'll take a couple more fights, get 2 more upgrades this act, and then prepare for the boss fight. We're, I'd say, most of the way towards beating Slime Boss. Going into Slime Boss with a lot of health is going to help. And the cards Hello World, Sweeping Beam, and Rebound are going to do a lot of work in that fight. But I think we need a little bit more something to win. And even if that's just a potion, we'll sort it out. All right, we're here. Well, here's a fight for us to play Genetic Algorithm in. Unfortunately, this Acid Slime is hitting us for 18 on turn 1, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. This is one of the nastier enemies in the Act 1 encounter pool. Could use our potion here to block for a little bit more, but it wouldn't really do that much for us. So I think we just play all the cards we have. Zap, strike, dual cast, block, block, take, unfortunately, 12 damage. And then just be on our way. When this enemy reaches half HP, it splits into 2 smaller slimes. That's 33. 41 minus 9 would be 32. So I can either play Hello World and pass, or we can do as much damage as possible. We could do 12, 24, leaving it to 16. That's pretty good. Let's do that. Which will result with 2 smaller slimes. Ouch. Didn't go the way I wanted it to. I was hoping one of the 2 would not be attacking us. Well, this is definitely a risk when slimes split, that the resulting ones will be very aggro. We can either rely on the Lightning Orb 50-50 to get us out of this. If we Rebound Strike, it'll have 1 health. Or we can use the Upgrade Potion to guaranteed kill one and not take any damage. So if I don't use the potion, we're going to take 14 damage half the time and 2 damage half the time. So we're taking an average of 8. This is potion saves on average 8 health here. I think I'd rather use it in the slime boss fight. Come on, 50-50. One time. Thank you. Just gotta trust the Lightning Orb to switch chat. And we'll wait a turn here. I could strike and win right now, but we want the Happy Flower to be on a slightly higher number for the next combat. So let's stall for not 1, but 2 turns here. Block this as well. Avoid, again, deliberately winning on this turn, so that Happy Flower goes to 2. And now, when we go into the next combat, we'll get energy on turn 1 via the Happy Flower. Streamline's a card we haven't seen yet. Gets cheaper every time you play it. Can be quite useful in if you can replay it a couple of times. I'm quite happy with a hologram here. Add 1 more block card to our deck. Hologram, in my opinion, is exceedingly useful if you've got 0 cost cards, and we have both Zap and Turbo, which can help make it quite useful. There's also some really nonsensical, tricky stuff that we can do by combining the hologram and the rebound together. Wouldn't really recommend Steam Barrier here, but it's also fine. Generally speaking, you want about 30% of your deck to be block cards. This is the block density metric that I sometimes consider. If you have too few blocks, then on a hand where you're being attacked, you're unlikely to draw any blocks at all. Whereas if you have too many, then on a turn where you're not being attacked, you are too likely to draw only block cards and be unable to do anything meaningful during the fight. This is another fairly rough turn 1. Not much we can do other than block for a bit and strike twice. There's nothing for hologram to fetch, as the algorithm is exhausted when played. So it's only a block 3. I'll still play it as such, but I won't be entirely happy about it. Alright, let's put Compile Driver back on top. Draw 1. Okay. We'll play the Turbo so that I can block fully here, and we should be able to finish this opponent off next turn. Now that we're vulnerable, they do a lot more damage, but Dual Cast kills them easily, and our Happy Flower is on too. Can't ask for much better than that. This is definitely a fight where having too many block cards can really punish you. The Red Slaver. Good news is we're still on fairly high health here. Offered Go for the Eyes, Claw Turbo. I am a certified Go for the Eyes enjoyer. This is the only card the Defect has access to that applies the weak status effect. It requires the enemy to be attacking you, which is a little tricky, but works well if you have some ability to manipulate where it goes in the deck. With Rebound and Hologram, we certainly do. So I rather like Go for the Eyes, and I think it would be a very good upgrade, too, to get that second turn of weakness. Since weakness reduces enemy damage by a percentage, then the more damage the enemy does, the better the weakness is. Let's grab that. I think that's quite useful. My 2 upgrades are going to be the Hologram for a little bit more block and to cause it to not exhaust when played, and the Go for the Eyes to improve the damage very slightly, but more importantly, the duration of the weakness. We can upgrade the genetic algorithm to make it gain more block each time we play it, but it's already going to be more block than we need by the end of the game if we play it in every fight. We can upgrade Hello World to always appear on turn 1, but I am not always a fan of that because it can cause you to take more damage on turn 1. Get one last event as we leave the act. It's actually just another fight, a lousy fight at that. The 3 lice. Defend algorithm fully blocks the damage here, which leaves me the ability to play Sweeping Beam, or I could play Dual Cast and then Sweeping Beam, and that might kill one of them, but it might not. Could hit the front one twice, and then I'd have to not Sweeping Beam. Seems bad. Let's just Sweeping Beam. And then block. That leaves them all with low health. All of them have no block. We should be able to finish them this turn. So, an example of hot nonsense that we can do with the deck, thanks to Rebound and Hologram. Sweeping Beam is in the discard pile and draws 1. Rebound is in my hand. I can Hologram the Sweeping Beam and Rebound it, which lets me play it once this turn, once next turn. But is there a way to play it 2 times this turn? Check this out. Rebound to put Hologram on top of the deck while fetching the Sweeping Beam. Sweeping Beam draws a card. That card is Hologram. Hologram can then return Sweeping Beam to the hand, and we can play it again. Now. Plays like that are only available with multiple card manipulation cards, and they can be really, really powerful for us under a variety of contexts. I think we need more card draw in this deck, now that we have another zero-cost card, and I think we also want Orb Generation, and I think that Cool-Headed is a perfect fusion of those things. It's channel a Frost Orb and draw a card, which gives us a little bit more utility. It also gives us a different orb type for Compile Driver, so the Compile Driver is going to draw more, which means this Cool-Headed is even more than 1 card draw. That's perfect. Okay, so when you reach the Fire Before Your Act 1 boss, it's time to stop and think a little bit. Big question for me is always, do I rest or upgrade? Don't usually recommend recalling until the later game. This gives you the red key that you need for Act 4, but no immediate benefit. And in Slay the Spire, you're very much playing a game where you need to be considering immediate benefits over most other considerations. What choice lets you get past the next obstacle while also giving you advantages for the later game? 48 health should be enough to beat the slime boss, as long as things don't go too badly for us. We've got 2 potions that can upgrade all the cards in my hand. That's probably going to be useful with the generated cards from Hello World especially. I don't think we need to rest here. And know that we'll get most of our health back after the boss fight. 75% of the missing health that you have is what you heal when you beat a boss if you're on Ascension 5 or higher. Slime boss is very much a challenge of damage output. We'll have to do, firstly, 75 damage to the slime boss over 3 turns in order to prevent the slime boss... Actually, no, 70 damage over 3 turns in order to prevent the slime boss from hitting us with a crush attack. And after that, we'll need to keep up the pressure to destroy the resulting mini-slimes. There's also going to be statuses added to the deck. I think either the Cool-Headed upgrade for an additional card draw, or that aforementioned Go for the Eyes upgrade are both useful here. I'm going to upgrade the card draw over the extra weaken first. And yes, I think it is worth bringing up the Bestiary mod for Slime Boss. So, this boss here, you can bring up its AI using a mod called Bestiary. Mod available on the Steam Workshop here. It shows all the different attacks that an opponent can do. And Slime Boss is one of the slower bosses in that they don't threaten the player immediately, but when they do, hoo boy, it's big. On turn 1, this debuff attack, it's going to add 3 slime to my discard pile. Annoying, but not that troublesome. Next turn, they're going to do outright nothing. But the turn after that, 38 damage. And the only way to prevent that 38 damage is to deal enough damage ourselves to the Slime Boss. Wouldn't call this a very good turn 1. We've drawn 3 of our defends. And rebound alongside nothing that I want to rebound. I don't want to put a strike back on top, although I could. It's only going to put us 1 card further away from our Zap, our Compel River, and our Sweeping Beam, and our Hello World, the actually important stuff. So I'm going to play Strike and then Rebound. This puts nothing back on top of the deck. That's definitely not the hand I wanted to see. Gonna be reliant on next hand being good. This turn I can, what? Dual cast, strike, strike, go for the eyes. Hologram the go for the eyes? Or I could try to rebound something, but none of this is a good rebound target. Looking tough here. We might get crushed next turn. I hope not. Something we could have done instead of striking is, rebound the Go for the Eyes so that we could weaken Slime Boss next turn. My hope is that we can prevent the attack outright so that we won't need the weaken. In order to do that, we need to get Slime Boss to 70 health, so we have to do 18 more next turn. That's possible, but not necessarily guaranteed. Compel River doesn't draw a card. Ooh. Nope, we're going to get crushed, unfortunately. Actually, if I use an upgrade potion, we can play Strike and Compel River to deal just enough damage to not get hit here. That's going to result in the Slime Boss splitting in 2 with a very high amount of health, which is less than desirable. However, it also prevents a lot of damage. I think that's okay, though. We've got Sweeping Beam for area damage coming up next turn. It's a really good turn, actually. Zap, Cool-Headed, Sweeping Beam, Hello World. Although those resulting split slimes could definitely hit us hard. It's going to be my choice. I'm going to play the algorithm, too, so that we don't draw it again. So, what happens this turn? 112, and 1 attack for Rail. Got lucky here that they didn't do larger attacks. Definitely going to start out with the Sweeping Beam. Or do I Cool-Headed first? I'd like to be able to rebound the Sweeping Beam. Let's Cool-Headed first. Hologram, okay. We can do Sweeping Beam, Zap, Hollow, Zap. Seems kind of bad to not play Hello World, though. Let's see. Hoping we can find maybe Turbo. Rebounds here now. Awkward. Got maybe too many of the good cards into our hand. That's tricky. So, either I put this Hello World in play, or I play Hologram and get back Zap. I'm not sure which is correct. I think it might be correct to just take 10 and put Hello World in play here. Having an extra card every turn is going to be almost invaluable. Let's do that. Okay. So we take a bit of a beating here. We get debuffed with Frail, but next turn we have more cards and more energy. This looks a bit better. I think we would like to focus our damage on the Acid Slime for the moment, the green one. We're more afraid of the Weaken status effect than we are of the Frail status effect. This is not particularly good. We strike you, you go to 38. Which is not splitting. Actually, that will split if the Lightning Orb hits, huh? Tricky, tricky. Next turn's looking like it might be particularly problematic. Hello World's gonna have to save us here. I'm gonna play Turbo so that I can play both Defends, both Slimes, to get rid of them, and Strike as well. We don't want to strike this one, because if both the Lightning and the Strike hit, we'll get 2 35 health green Slimes. I don't want that, so I'm gonna strike the front one. Take 5 more. And heck yeah, we got a Sweeping Beam. Sweet. Sweeting Beam. Perfect. That's going to let us deal more damage to both of them. Oh, I missed Bat though, actually. It is 1 more health to split this one. I see. So, can reduce this to 13. What do I take here? 11? Or do I block? Problem is now it could be split by the Lightning Orb. This could be dual cast, go for the Eyes, strike. Seems a bit awkward. This would be a good time for the other upgrade potion, actually. That'd make the dual cast free. That way I could block with the Frost Orb, the go for the Eyes, and strike this Acid Slime twice properly. Let's do that. Anything to get us out of this fight intact. Slime boss is very tricky. Very tricky fight. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I have 1 too many hit points. I think we block? Odds are a little too high. We don't kill it with the lightning here. Let's block. Ugh, that's bad. Oof, scary. But the constant flow of cards from Hello World, I think, is going to help us out here. So we definitely want to go for the Eyes, the one that's attacking us for 10. Play all the cards in my hand. Recursion will do 8 to a random slime. So I think we want to strike and then recursion. That seems fine. Let's try to kill you. Down to 20 health here. But it looks like we're through the worst of it. Hologram can fetch Sweeping Beam, that'll hit them all again. And we can even rebound it. I think we've made it to safety. Alright. Sweeping Beams and Hello Worlds did do the work in the end that we expected them to. It was a little bit scary there of a slime boss fight, but we have made it through. We're now pretty rich with almost 400 gold. We've got a mediocre potion, unfortunately, and a set of 3 rares to consider. Option A, Thunderstrike. This deals damage based on every lightning orb that we've channeled so far. We only channel 1 with the starting orb and the zap. So this is going to be pretty low damage for a lot of energy. Not very worth it. Multicast evokes our front orb X times, 1 per energy we spend on this card. As an X-cost card, Multicast can be a very interesting energy sink, a good way to spend lots of energy, but it is... this is the beta art, by the way. I'm particularly fond of it. I don't consider this a particularly useful card here. Lastly, but perhaps not leastly, Fission. Removes all of our orbs, giving us an energy and a draw for each orb that got removed. Makes the compile driver weak. Gets rid of our per turn effects, but exchanging them for energy and card draw could be worthwhile. Honestly, these are all interesting. In order for this to be any good, we'd need a lot more lightning orb generation. We don't have it. In order for this to be good, I think we'd need more orb generation. We don't have it. In order for this to be good, we'd need more orb generation. We don't have it. But they could be good in the long term. I suppose I don't totally dislike Fission here. Let's give it a go. Trading your orbs away for immediate gain can be useful in a wide variety of situations. I don't think this has a lot of use right now, but if we pick up some more cool-headeds or other orb-generating cards, it'll work out a lot better. And we're offered an interesting set of options here from our Act 1 boss. Option A, the Runic Pyramid, causes us to no longer discard cards at the end of our turn. Runic Pyramid is the ultimate in card manipulation, if you ask me. The whole point of Runic Pyramid is to allow you to line up conditional cards with their most effective turns. So, what that would mean for this deck is the ability to keep Genetic Algorithm to block an important attack, to make sure Go for the Eyes is always applying weak, to make sure Turbo is always generating energy that we can use. These are all things that we'll gain from the Runic Pyramid. Sozu would give us more energy per turn, but has a downside. Most boss relics that give you energy every turn will have a downside of some sort. This one prevents us from gaining potions, which is a pretty nasty downside in my opinion. Potions are very, very useful, especially when it comes to tackling Act 4, especially on the Defect. So we'd have extra energy that we don't even always have the ability to use because we already have a Turbo in exchange for a downside. I think this would be a bit crippling to us, and I wouldn't advocate this very strongly. Lastly, Pandora's Box lets us transform all of our strike and defend cards. The Pandora's Box is very strong, generally speaking. One of the better boss relics, in my opinion. This would turn all of our starter stuff into new things, which is, well, it's certainly random. You have a equal odd of any other card from the characters, so there's really no way to know what you're going to get with transforms, but the odds are you'll get a couple of rare cards, and that can be quite useful. Usually with Pandora's Box, you get some good and some bad, and then you want to upgrade the good and remove the bad in order to leave yourself with some really good cards. Don't think I want to take the Pandora's Box here because it's going to kind of give us a deck rather than have me show you how to build a deck. But I do think it's a very, very good option here, and very good on the Defect in general. I would recommend either Pandora's Box or Runic Pyramid from this position. I think we'll be taking the Runic Pyramid. Pyramid's going to give us a lot of reliability on this run. Like I said, it's going to line up our Turbo, our Algorithm, our Go for the Eyes, and a few other important things. It's going to make the Hello World a bit awkward, because we won't be able to discard the generated Hello World cards. But I don't think that's necessarily a problem. Let's take the Pyramid. If you haven't considered or taken the Pyramid in your own runs, I do strongly recommend it. It's very, very strong. Very, very reliable. In this act, I wish for us to visit merchants. A couple reasons for this. One, we have the Smiling Mask Relic, which means we can remove cards for only 50 gold at shops. getting a couple of card removes would really improve the deck here. It's definitely time, now that we're in Act 2, you can't have all your strikes anymore. You really need to get rid of at least a couple of them. And secondly, we'd like to continue to amass relics and upgrades. So what path lets me get the most of the both of those? Is the question. Combined shops, elites, fires, and such. And I think that's something like this. We hit an early shop, we can spend some of this 400 gold and remove a card. Upgrade, fight an elite. And then hit a second shop for a second removal with a couple of upgrades towards the end here. There's a path up the far left that hits 2 shops as well. We could go for 1 fewer elite in the early game if I wanted to. But I think we're quite good at elite fighting with this sweeping beam and the reduced health they have from the preserved insect. We'll find in Act 2 that enemies are definitely going to hit a lot harder than they did in Act 1. You'll be tested on your ability to front-load your damage and your block, which we're not actually all that great at doing, but we'll find that the retain from the pyramid is going to help us be just efficient enough with what we have that hopefully this works out pretty well. Our first opponent will put us to the test, the Shelled Parasite. This enemy attacks every single turn and is quite tanky. But we did at least draw reasonable blocks turn 1. We can go defend genetic. I can play the strike, but it does no damage. Despite that, I'm going to still do it. This is to avoid what's called hand clog. There's a limit of 10 cards in hand, and with the Runic Pyramid, we retain all the cards we didn't play. If we retain too many cards, then we'll be unable to draw any new cards at the start of the next turn. Goal in each turn with the Runic Pyramid is to have 5 available spots in hand. Go for the eyes, double defend here. Looking to take as little damage as possible on this fight, but it might be impossible to take none. Let's see, I can draw cards with Fission. Alright, time for some fancy shenanigans. I'm going to rebound the hologram, putting the hologram back on top and getting 5 block. Return Cool-Headed to my hand, I think. Let's return Cool-Headed. And then we play the Cool-Headed to channel a Frost and draw more cards. Now I can play the Fission. We have 3 orbs. Let's lose 3 orbs, gain 3 more cards, 3 more energy. Although if I do that before hologramming, we're going to have a hard time. So let's turbo and then hologram, like go for the eyes before I do that. Now play Fission. Play a few attacks. This one doesn't draw. Let's get the Hello World in play. Give me a random common card each turn now. Which might be more go for the eyes. You'll love to see it. Keep clawing. Quite well. So slow and steady here. Just incrementally advantaging ourselves over our opponent on each turn. Let's save that turbo for next turn. Next turn we can go dual cast, rebound, shenanigans. We should be able to kill here. Yeah, only 20 damage? Easy. Okay. That was our first fight. We actually didn't take very much damage at all. We get offered a second Hello World. That's cute. If I didn't have the Runic Pyramid, I might actually consider 2 Hello Worlds, but we certainly don't want to, because the hand clog will become too real. Sweeping Beam and Barrage both could deal damage. Generally speaking, once you've got a few upgraded attacks, / you're in Act 2, I don't recommend taking more unupgraded common cards, period. You'll be offered many upgraded cards in later acts, so being a bit more judicious with your card picks will pay off. Less is more when it comes to cards in deck a lot of the time in Slay the Spire. Less cards you can have in the deck, the more consistent you're going to be. Got anything for me, friend? Maybe some coin. This Vagrant will trade us a relic for 85 gold or for a curse. We could remove that curse in the near future, but you only get so many card removes, so every curse we remove is a strike we're not removing. I'd rather pay the money for the relic, which ends up being a shuriken, and then also remove a strike here. Shuriken is quite powerful, and I think is going to shape our method of scaling as we go here. If we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, we now gain a point of strength. And we're actually quite capable of doing that on most turns. We've got a nice diverse array here of attacks and blocks. And I think that we can make that work to our advantage really well. Put the zap on top. It's free after all. 3 strikes, gain a strength. Even if we're just gaining 1 strength per turn, we'll find that we can dish out a ton of damage to most of our opponents before they really even know what's happening. Give me the compiler. Sure. I'll play that. Not quite able to get the kill here, so we'll have to block. Easy enough, at least. We get a ton of dazed added, but the lightning orbs will finish. So there's no concern. Boop. Leap Plus is pretty dense block. Actually like that quite a bit. Fighting the Collector as our act boss. That's important to note. Gonna need some area damage for that. I actually rather like Leap here. 12 block for 1 energy. It's no nonsense. It's a very efficient card, and the fact that it's upgraded for free means it's worth at least considering here. Leap dramatically improves what I like to call our front-loaded block. Our ability to block quickly and effectively on turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Very useful thing to have with Runic Pyramid, too. I'm going to pick this up. If we can gain Dexterity by any means, or Immunity to Frail by any means, we can make that matter quite a lot in the late game, too. We're offered our first focus card, a Defragment, here in this shop. Quite a few other good things here as well. Another hologram, another leap. Relic-wise, there's the Gremlin Horn, which gives us a card draw and an energy whenever an enemy is killed. Very useful on this character especially, who we said struggles with multi-enemy fights. Juzu Bracelet would prevent us from encountering combats in question mark rooms. Not necessarily a good thing. Combats give you card rewards. And also with the path that I'm on, I'm not even going to any question mark rooms this act, so I don't see a lot of use for the Juzu there. There's a 4 elite path here I didn't actually see originally. That's quite ambitious. It's a potential option if you wanted to go 1 less combat and instead opt for more elites here. That's worth thinking about. How many rest sites is that comparatively? Just 1 fewer? I'm going to consider that. If I wanted to go more aggro like that, we'd probably want to spend potions too. The Clockwork Souvenir here gives us an artifact, blocking the first debuff we would get each combat. And there's a large number of uses for that. Very notably, the Corrupt Heart in Act 4. Inflicts vulnerable that can be blocked with this. Regardless of what else we're doing, I think we want to buy a card removal here. To remove one of our strike cards, or actually maybe one of our defends. Now that we have the Shuriken, the strikes are a little bit better. I don't think better enough. Let's remove 1 strike. So the question in my mind is, do I take the Gremlin Horn and go for 4 elites this act? Or do I continue left and take the Souvenir? With the Preserved Insect to make the elites have less health, fighting a bunch of elites in a row is actually very reasonable. Defragment's definitely a card that ends up being a core part of the Defect experience in a lot of runs. This Defect does not have a whole lot that makes Defragment good currently, so I'm really hesitant to pick up something like a Defragment. I don't think it's that good right now. If I go this way, I get another removal. If I go this way, I get way more relics. Maybe some more card rewards. Having a tricky time figuring out what's going to help against Collector here. Seems like a bit of a challenge. I think the Gremlin Horn will help a lot against Collector. So here's what I'm going to do. With the bonus power of the Gremlin Horn and elites having less health, I actually like this path a lot. Each elite will give us a relic, each elite will give us an enhanced rarity card reward, and I think with what we have, we should be able to kill them pretty effectively, unless this snake plant costs me all of my health. This is a very nasty customer that we've run into. Snake plant attacking on turn 1. Definitely the weakest turn for the Runic Pyramid. If you draw no block cards, there's not a lot you can do. Please show me a block card. I'll take it. Okay, and at least this turn's much better. We got that leap so that we can counteract this pretty difficult turn. Let's go cool-headed, leap, zap, defend, hologram, get back the zap. Block for 24. Snake Plant never attacks 3 times in a row, so we're going to get debuffed instead this turn, which gives us an opportunity to deal some damage ourselves now. Go forth and strike them. Don't think I care much for Hello World at the moment. On this turn, we can use the algorithm to block. I'd like to set up a kill for next turn if possible. 18 block, 18 damage. Go cast. And with the Happy Flower, I'd like that to be on a higher number, actually. Let's just wait one more turn here. I actually like the energy on turn 2, when I'm going to have some cards in my hands. Heat sinks with an upgrade. Whenever you play a power card, draw 2. Curious. Not particularly useful right now, but definitely a card that could be very, very powerful in the late game. Barrage could be nice with a Shuriken. Overall, I'm pretty happy to skip these. Am I sure about this path? I'm not 100% sure. Let's see what happens to me. Our first opponent is a Gremlin Leader, who is actually attacking us on turn 1 here. This leader enemy summons multiple waves of gremlins, and we'll have to repeatedly wipe them out in order to stay above board in this fight. Good news is we can do that pretty easily, thanks to the Gremlin Horn, which will give us a card draw and an energy for each gremlin we kill, and our Sweeping Beam, which can hit multiple gremlins. It's perfect. Put the hologram back on top. Give me the rebound. Strike you. Put Hello World in play. Wizard will attack us here on turn 3, but we should be able to kill the wizard this turn. The leader also attacks us. Slightly annoying. But only slightly. Alright, let's generate a ton of energy. We can put the turbo back on top with a rebound. And then the Compelled River will draw it. Go for the eyes reduces this to a mere 7 times 3, so can I block for 21? Easily. Yeah, Defend, Defend, Leap does that with the 2 Frost. Or we can hologram too. So that I can rebound the zap. Otherworld makes a streamline. That's pretty good damage. Okay, this is looking like it's turning out okay. So streamline, strike, strike. No, strike, sweeping beam. Don't want to use the sweeping beam yet. Because I want it to kill the gremlins next turn. Good. The double beam. Excellent. Alright, and then let's wait one more turn for the happy flower, just like last time. Turn 2 energy. Okay, so our first elite fight went really, really well. It didn't have to go like that, but we lucked out. And we lucked out also with the relic we get. A symbiotic virus is going to give us a dark orb that we get at the beginning of each combat. It's going to help us deal damage more quickly. If we evoke it, it also makes the compile driver and the fission better immediately, which is quite nice. Good reason to take a second copy of compile driver. You could also consider a melter or a claw plus. I think I want another compile driver here. I think it's also time we upgraded the turbo for more energy if I have 2 compile drivers. So we're going to want to use that turbo time and time again. We could also consider upgrading fission to make it evoke the orbs instead of removing them. It's also decent. All right, elite number 2. We've got a better potion now, the Gambler's Brew, so I'm actually less afraid of this one, which is the 3 Slavers. These 3 rude dudes will put us to the test by viciously assaulting us every turn, starting turn 1 here. This is the fight the Gambler's Brew could help a lot in. Not thrilled with his opening hand, exactly. There's not a lot I can do. I think I'm just going to play Zap, Defend, Defend, go for the eyes, and take 15 here. I'm worried about that next elite fight. We'll see. My hope is that I can evoke the Dark Orb this turn, but that might require the Gambler's Brew. Thankfully not. So, a very important note about Dark Orbs. Dark Orbs always target the enemy with the lowest HP. That's a property of Dark Orbs themselves. So, whatever enemy has the least health is who gets hit by the Dark Orb. Our first play should then be cool-headed. Put that Dark Orb in front. Currently, the Dark Orb would target the Blue Slaver, because the Blue Slaver has the least health. I would much prefer that the Red Slaver die, because we do not want to become vulnerable, which is what this attack is inflicting here. This attack's inflicting weak, this attack's inflicting vulnerable. So we could Strike, Strike, Dual Cast to kill the Red Slaver. That would give me an energy back, and then I can play the Fission for even more energy back. Let's do that. So, evokes for 12 to the lowest health enemy twice. Success. And let's just draw more cards. Okay, we did get Leap. Good. We're gonna rebound, which also gives me a point of strength. Just rebound that Leap, put it on top, keep the hologram in hand, play defend. Okay, I think we made it through this fight without too much difficulty. 20 damage this turn, but Algorithm has us covered. The best card's on the bottom. It's a bit spooky. Play the Hello World. Here we go. Then we can kill. We get an Omamori, which will block future curses that we might get. We're offered a Recursion, a Creative AI, or a Sweeping Beam. This Creative AI is an interesting way to scale up for the long term. Currently, we don't have much of a long-term plan. We're able to gain strength with Shuriken and block reasonably efficiently and retain our cards, but that's about it. And I think that's enough for now. Just need to be able to get out of the act, which might involve sleeping. Not actually sure I'm going to do 2 more elites. We'll see. Get another relic here. The Kunai. Okay, here we go. Now we have a plan. Kunai says every time we play 3 attacks in a single turn, gain a dexterity. I did mention dexterity briefly earlier, talking about the leap, but the gist of it is that if we're able to gain strength and dexterity, we can improve the numeric output of all of our cards in this deck quite a lot. As long as we can play 3 attacks in 1 turn. So now is a good time to start adding more cheap attacks, but also any block that is affected by dexterity, any block with a flat number on it, is going to get a dex boost. The Wheel Gremlin is here to be mercilessly random to us. 6 outcomes, equal likelihood of each. Which one do we get? The Gremlin is kind. We receive money. Lots of money, in fact. 200 gold worth of money. I don't have anywhere to spend that money, but I'm grateful we have it. Chosen and the Cultist. Put our hologram back on top. I did that wrong, didn't I? That's fine. Yeah, I did that wrong. Whoops. Meant to hologram the defend there, not the rebound, but it worked out. Starting next turn, we'll get cursed if we do stuff. So we want to play as many skills as possible this turn, realistically. Let's get back the rebound. Rebound the sweeping beam. Put the beam on top. Alright, Stinky Bird defeated. Generic Algorithm blocks for us next turn. Let's just get as much stuff as we can this turn. I'll even play... let's get Hello World here. 31! Now there's a big number. Fortunately, my numbers are bigger still. Thanks to the power of the Runic Pyramid, we get to keep all these cards and avoid disaster each turn. Turn 2 Happy Flower again? Let's do it. Snecka Oil says, draw 5 cards and randomize the cost of cards in your hand. We're offered more 0-cost attacks, a second Go for the Eyes, a Claw. There's even a Recursion Plus to evoke our next orb and channel it again. I think a second Go for the Eye is actually really good here, more than Claw, unfortunately. It's like a Claw that also inflicts Weaken. It's quite good. Give me these. By playing multiple Go for the Eyes, we can gain strength and dexterity, all the power that we need. Shoot. Well, that's not good. That's a lot of damage headed my way, turn 1. I suppose Fission draws 3 here. Let's start with that. Okay, that's a good start. Cool-headed. Draw 2. Go for the eyes back on top. Why not, right? And then defend, even blocks. Perfect. Playing defense to avoid hand clog. And I want to be able to hologram the beam next turn. Or 2 turns from now, maybe. 2 turns from now. So anyway, I started beaming. Rebound sweeping beam. I should have hologrammed it first. That's okay. Draw the beam. Play the beam again. Play turbo. Hologram the sweeping beam. Play the sweeping beam again. See the strength and dexterity go up and up. And this is going to be our way of kind of winning the run now. Gain as much strength and dex. Actually forgot to play the algorithm there. Whoops. As possible. And miracles will happen. Another 0-cost attack with plus extra on it, the beam cell. Think of how many claws we could have had, Twitch chat. Just think. Fusion Plus is also interesting here, giving us another orb type, one that constantly generates energy for us. In a deck that's got 2 compiled rubbers, this is actually very intriguing. I'm going to take that. And we're also going to pick up the Mummified Hand, which will make a random card cost 0 whenever we play a power. Currently just the Hello World, but still. I could push my luck further by going for another elite fight here. We're in okay shape. 36 is less health than I'd like, but it is pretty doable. Almost assuredly have to sleep before the boss fight then, or we could go a different way. Upgrade Fission and sleep before Collector here. I think that's what I'm going to do. There's a small but non-zero risk of disaster here, so let's take a little bit of a safer path. I'm going to sleep for more health first. 62. That should be enough to take the boss on. But first we have to get through the Snecko. This enemy will confuse us, making our cards random cost. And that is certainly undesirable when you are retaining your cards every turn. Hopefully we won't have to use any of our potions here. Free fusion seems great. Hello compile, hello compile. Oh my. And free algorithm, perfect. Now I definitely want to upgrade fission, if I've got fusion. Play this. Alright, very smooth fight there. Speed Potion gives us 5 dexterity temporarily. We're offered yet another claw. God, I could have had so many of them. I think I'm just better off without, but man. It's funny. It's funny. Do I value the Speed Potion over the Potion of Capacity for 2 more orb slots? I actually think the Potion of Capacity might be very good against the Collector, to allow us to draw 4 off the compiled rivers. Let's swap out the Cultist Potion. Randomly rerolling the price of cards in my hand is pretty bad with Pyramid. And we want to upgrade Fission. That way it evokes the orbs rather than removing them. This is going to let us get more energy from the Plasma Orb, as well as evoke the Dark Orb for meaningful damage. Alright, the gimmick, or rather the plan in Collector is use the Kunai and the Shuriken as much as we can. We'll leave this in my hand. So we want to find turns where we can play 3 attacks, ideally. 1. It's a very good turbo turn. 2. 3. Probably save Fission for a future turn. Incoming damage 29 here. This is 25. Could also do Leap, Hologram, Leap. Actually, what about Leap, Defend, Defend? That's 13 plus 12. 25, 27. Take 2. Yeah, I like that. Take 2 damage, get some of the worst cards out of our hand here. All right, there's the Sweeping Beam Plus. That's the card that carries us this turn. Firstly, I'm going to hologram the Turbo. We're going to play it. It's made of 5 energy. Is that going to be enough? With Vision, yes, that'll be enough. Then we Sweeping Beam. Rebound Hologram to get Sweeping Beam back. Sweeping Beam again. Hologram the Sweeping Beam. Play Fission for more energy. This will also kill one of the minions here because the Dark Orb gets evoked. Gets them both, actually. Draw 3. We're at 3 strength and dex. Okay, minions are gone. Collector can now resummon to get more, but probably won't do so for a bit. We should continue to gain strength and dex while harming the Collector here. Back on top, thank you. Five and 5. Use recursion to gain energy there. That's kind of nice. And now double fusion. Means we have even more energy per turn. Yeah. 10, 10, 23. A little spooky, but guess what? You can block. Pretty easily, actually. More block than you can shake a stick at. Beam Cell first. Just look at that block. GG. So, ultimately, we're able to get out of Act 2 off the backs of relics that we picked up in Act 2. The Gremlin Horn, the Shuriken, and the Kunai all working together there to bring us victory. This is starting to now be a deck that has a critical mass of effects. We've got good cards and relics working together, and that's because we've taken so many elite fights in Act 1 and 2. If you're able to be aggressive with the elites and start harvesting lots of rewards, you can get yourself to this state. And once you're in this state, things can go really well for you. 3 excellent options before us here. Option A, Echo Form. A 3-cost power says the first card we play each turn is played 2 times. I think Echo Form is really, really good in this situation. Echo Form is going to allow me to play more attacks per turn. A duplicated attack counts twice for Shuriken and Kunai, so we can gain strength and dexterity quicker. And we can take advantage of the doubled strength and dexterity more easily as well. Still don't have enough lightning generation for Thunderstrike to be good. Last but not least, Core Surge gives us an artifact. If we'd taken the bias cognition that we saw earlier in the run, this would be the pick in order to allow us to keep the focus from the bias. But it seems we've gone a different direction here. This is going to be a strength and dexterity-based effect, not a focus-based one. You don't always get offered the focus cards. You know, we've seen pretty little in the way of frost-generating cards, pretty little in the way of focus-generating cards. So I'm glad we've picked up the relics that we have. We'll take Echo Form going into Act 3. As we arrive in Act 3, the focus is going to shift away from upgraded block and attack cards and more towards figuring out how to get your deck to be powerful in the long term. Instead of 1 to 3 turn combats where you have to do 100 damage, you're going to be looking at 5 to 7 turn combats where you have to do 300 to 500 damage. So Act 3 is a large upscaling requirement for the player. I'm going to keep these one of each potions. An interesting set of options here. Busted Crown, Coffee Dripper, and Snecko Eye are our choices. Busted Crown and Coffee Dripper are 2 more energy relics. Busted Crown gives energy but limits your card options. It's a really serious penalty. Less cards seen means less upgraded cards seen. It means less useful things offered to you in general. The Coffee Dripper prevents us from resting, but gives us additional energy. No resting means we have to ration our hit points carefully, but I think we're in a good position to do so, between the Runic Pyramid and our large relic count already. Lastly, the Snecko Eye causes all of our cards to be random cost. We've had a couple moments this run we already talked about why random card cost plus Runic Pyramid retain is bad, but the gist is if your cards cost 3, then you can't really afford to play them, and they get stuck in your hand. It's pretty bad. This deck has a lot of deliberately zero-cost cards, so I think this would be a very bad addition. With that said, we should take either the Coffee Dripper or the Busted Crown. My recommendation is avoid Crown when possible. Seems like a pretty reasonable Coffee Dripper to me. We'll have a lot of health going into next act. And we may be able to find healing as well. Let's do it. I'll take the Coffee Dripper. Any healing relic will mitigate this entirely. There's also the Defect card Self-Repair that works quite well. We still have the Smiling Mask, so I'd still like to go to multiple stores, and that's again my priority here. Multiple shops to remove multiple starter cards. We might even consider getting rid of Hello World at this point as a card remove. It's been useful in the early game, but less so as we get further and further in here. So remove 1 card, remove 2 cards. And we could take several additional elites beside. This looks okay. I don't know that we have enough health to do this, but it's otherwise looking good. Although the elites of Act 3 are quite challenging, don't let yourself fear them. You do need to continue to battle elites and gain relics in Act 3 if you want a good chance of tackling the Heart in Act 4. Heart is such a higher level threat than anything prior in the run that you really do need to make sure you're continuing to improve as best you can in the form of, again, card removals, in the form of upgrades, and in the form of adding good cards. So let's first stride into a Darklings fight. These guys are jerks. The Darklings are 3 enemies that all have to die at the same time in order for their fight to end. Tricky jerks, really. Something that I didn't mention we could do with the Echo Form is duplicate our genetic algorithm. If genetic algorithm gets played 2 times via the Echo Form, then you actually get to keep the increased block 2 times. We'll be looking to do that in some of our fights, but not all of them. Not here, where I would have to take damage, for example. Once the Echo Form's in play, the goal is duplicate our best card each turn by playing it first. So carefully looking at the hand, determining what's the best card when doubled, and then play that. Get Sweeping Beam to double next turn. So anyway, I started beaming. Rebound the Compounder. Thanks. Can't quite finish it. Fair enough. They're all upgraded. So many claws. Hilariously, though, I think the Beam Cell is yet again better than Claw here. It's a zero-cost attack that also inflicts a status, this one vulnerable, to make the physical attacks do way more damage. I think that's going to be very, very useful here to have a copy of, especially upgraded. Second copy of Turbo, not as necessary here. There's that self-repair I asked for. A power that says at the end of combat, heal 7. Perfect way to just stay topped up with the coffee dripper. Relic-wise, there's not a lot I see that's particularly useful. Darkstone Periapt gives us max health for curses taken. Ink Bottle gives us a card draw for playing 10 cards. That can be quite useful in any deck that can just play a lot of cards. It's also another counter relic, just like the Happy Flower. If you set this to 9 at the end of a fight, then you'll draw a card the first time you play a card in the next fight. As far as zero-cost attacks go, FTL's okay. Although a bit expensive here. With another shop coming up soon, I don't like a whole lot of what I see. I'm thinking just take the self-repair and remove one of our cards. Nothing too fancy. And I think that card is, yes, going to be the Hello World at this point. Now that most of the cards in the deck are upgraded, we don't want random cards to be generated anymore. I'm sorry, Hello World. Your time has come and gone. So no, I'm not going to buy the FTL, although I would pick an FTL from a card reward. Wouldn't recommend it here. When we can spend 150 gold to gain a relic, it's often worth it to do that instead of buying cards. Don't want to double the Sweeping Beam because the Spiker's here. Self-Repair is another card we can double with the Echo form, by the way. We don't just heal 7, but rather twice that if we play it 2 times. It's a pretty basic fight. These shapes aren't worth too much of a worry here. So not talking too much about how I'm beating them, but it's not hard. And just note that how many cards we're able to play on a given turn at this point. The combination of energy generation from the Plasma Orb, our relics, alongside the card draw from the cards we have, means we can just play a ton of stuff every turn. So I said I'd take an FTL, but Skim for draw 3 might be better here. Get more cards in hand so that we can play more stuff. Let's do it. And Energy Potion versus these 3. I like these other stuffs more. Keep drawing this on turn 1, and I keep being very happy about it. I'll take it. Sending me wheel on turn 2 or 3. Give us a break. Rebound this. Try to entangle us with a big swirly debuff. It's our chance to strike at them. Fusion down. Alright, best card to double on this turn. Probably Defend. Seems kind of basic. So we can go Beam Cell, go for the eyes, go for the eyes. Draw 3. Draw 3 more. We have 9 energy, by the way. We're just playing cards like it ain't no thing. An Algorithm Plus. Honestly, a second Sweeping Beam is really nice. Sweeping Beam is one of the better cards in this deck. Hits all foes. Scales well with our strength and draws 1. I like it quite a bit. Second algorithm could be, if we use the Echo form on it, we can get this to increase by 6 per combat. So though it's only 1 block now, it could be 7, 13, 19, 25, 31, 40 block by the end of the act. That's pretty good. I'll take the beam, though. And I'll keep the current potions. Alright, still got a Spiker here. Oof. Draw me some more cards. Alright. Better, much better. Okay, you died a Sweeping Beam. Let's make sure we have enough block to counter the Spiker then. Perfect. Now we can double the self-repair if we need to, although we're at full health, so there's of course no need. Alright, let's double this. Goes from 35 to 39 block permanently. That's good. We're offered another Hologram. Hologram is another very good card with the Kunai and Shuriken, letting us get back a zero-cost attack or an energy-generating card or whatever else it is that we need. Hologram's exceptional here. Should have maybe talked about the other ones, but... when in doubt, take the upgraded card. It's pretty good practice. Nemesis here is an enemy that's going to be intangible every other turn. They've got a relatively low health total, but this enemy is checking our deck's consistency. Nemesis is really testing your ability to consistently get good cards into your hand, whether it be block or attack. You're going to need a specific one each turn with Nemesis. Thankfully, with the Runic Pyramid, we get to keep our cards in hand every turn, and so there's really no downside for us. We just get to stomp on Nemesis and block every time. We almost killed it on turn 1 with its such low health. Maybe we'll get a turn 3 kill here. Can I do 50 damage? 2 strength. Turbo. And I'll put the Compod River back on top. Looking like a yes so far. At dual cast deals 16, strike kills. We played our algorithm already. So that was a good fight. We get a Centennial Puzzle. This will draw us cards the first time we lose health. Very useful in the early heart fight, especially. And I really like Reinforced Body, an X-cost block. It says gain 9 block, which is then improved by your dexterity. 9 plus your dexterity block, X times. The more dexterity we have and the more energy we have, the better this becomes, and we're getting both of those in this deck. Electro, meanwhile, it would be a really good card in a deck that was a bit more orb-focused. If you were picking up defrags and capacitors and such, this would be a great pick. Goes with a Mummified hand, too. And lets us hit multi-foes with our lightning orbs, but I think the double sweeping beams are actually going to pull that work in this deck, so we can take the reinforced body. Got lots of money for the shop, so we get another good variety of options here. Some amazing stuff. Apotheosis would upgrade everything in the deck, which can be quite useful. Gets all the basics upgraded. Most of the important cards in this deck are already upgraded, so I don't put a lot of value in Apotheosis, but it's an option. Dolly's Mirror here lets us duplicate a card in the deck. We can make a copy of any card, including the Genetic Algorithm, which is at 38 block. We could make a copy of the Fission, or we can make a copy of the Echo form. And that is particularly powerful. It's probably going to be what I do here, is make a copy of Echo Form. 2 Echo Forms means that not only are we more likely to get the first Echo Form in play earlier, but you can use 1 Echo Form to duplicate the other. And that results in some hot nonsense, let me tell you. Let's start with a basic removal. Get rid of 1 Defend. We actually got so many good blocks in this deck now. Or if we ever remove Dual Cast, I don't think so. And I'm going to add another copy of Echo Form. 2 Echo Forms is amazing late game scaling, especially with the Kunai Shuriken. And I think I saved the rest of this cash for the second shop. Or wait, this is the second shop. Never mind. I could buy healing, or I could change a potion out. Power Potion's nice for the late game too. There is 1 more shop guaranteed coming up in Act 4. But I might have a bit more money than I need. I'd buy the Eternal Feather here if we hadn't already purchased the Self-Repair. But since we have the Self-Repair, we can stay at full health already. I think I'm going to skip these. All the stuff in this shop. Some of this could be useful, like Sunder or Panic Button. But I'm just going to hold on to the cash. And let's go on a rampage, fight 3 more elites here. Transient's a tricky foe. This is essentially a how quickly can you output numbers check. This opponent deals 40, then 50, then 60, then 70, then 80 damage. You can't... you can kill them, but they have 1,000 health, which makes defeating this foe with damage almost impossible. Instead, what you need to do is a combination of block and damage, since every time they take damage, they reduce their own. So as long as you can output some combined amount of block and damage that's acceptable, you could do well in this fight. But the requirement goes up every turn, which makes things increasingly tricky. Brings him to 5. 2 and 3 is 5, so we'll take 0. Actually, and this will evoke for 12, so I'll take 0. I want more energy next turn, so I'm going to play the Fusion here. And we always have Algorithm in our hand if we need it to help out here. There's our Echo Form. So now the first card you played each turn is doubled. If we find the other Echo Form, we're going to double that. Because when you Echo an Echo Form, you get 2 more stacks, ending up with 3 stacks of Echo Form. Now the first 3 cards we play each turn get played twice, and that includes this turn. So the next 2 cards I play this turn get played twice. Very strong. And that really lets us abuse the Shuriken and Kunai if I'm playing double Beam Cell, double Sweeping Beam, double Dual Cast. Just get a lot of stuff done. It's good. And the longer the fight goes on, the better and better we get. 1 more Hologram Plus? Yeah, I think Hologram Plus is one of the best cards the deck can have at this point. To be continually offered them is excellent here. Let's grab it. So we're holding on to this Potion of Capacity so that I can have 4 different orb types later on. Don't know if that's actually going to matter, but it might. I don't feel like I need a Fire Potion. Ornithopter is another way to heal. 5 per potion we use. However, this is our last opportunity to get the blue key. The chest in Act 3. We have to skip this and take the Sapphire Key if we wish to go to Act 4. That's the whole point of this video, so that's definitely what we're doing. Giant Head. This guy's a quick damage test. You get 4 setup turns, during which the Giant Head will count down. At the end of those 4 turns, time will be up. And the giant head will start to attack you for enormous damage. So the name of the game here is defeat the giant head with a very impressive amount of health in a small amount of turns. Good luck. You're aided in this by the slow buff. The more cards you play in one turn, the more damage giant head will take from attacks. It's because of that. Sweeping Beam's now doing 31 damage, for example. It is pretty good. Alright, that was our turn 1. Now for turn 2. I can dual cast for more energy. Let's do it. More energy. And play the Go for the Eyes just to make room in hand. Double Echo Form. Double Strike. Double Zap. Next turn, Giant Head's shenanigans begin. Fortunately, we can double our algorithm and such. Double Sweeping Beam. Double Rebound. Strike that fool to death. The White Beast statue will give us 1 potion per combat. That's pretty sweet. Could take a 3rd Sweeping Beam. Could take a Charge Battery Plus. I'd say we're pretty close to saturation on this deck. Main goal is just to make sure we can draw enough attacks to double each turn, and then have good blocks to play with the dexterity. The card recycle could create an infinite combo from here. That would be another way to scale this. Yes. The infinite combo you end up at involves Cool-Headed Fusion and Skim, if you can delete cards from this deck arbitrarily. Be something to mention if we... something to talk about a little bit more if we do actually see a recycle. Recycle is one of the best card manipulation cards the Defect has. Being able to exhaust a card and therefore never draw it again is very, very valuable. Draw 3 more. Then Echo. Easy. Satisfaction, though. Let's keep going. And we can just keep the turn going. Being able to activate these relics more than once per turn is particularly good. That. Rebound this again. Still gotta... We played the algorithm already, right? We did. Okay, so we just win now. Steam Barrier works with Kunai, but adding more cards is unnecessary at this point. I think I like a Dexterity Potion over a Speed Potion. This is 2 permanent Dexterity rather than 5 Dexterity for 1 turn. With an artifact, we could make the 5 Dexterity permanent, but we don't have an artifact available to us. We don't see one coming our way anytime soon, so... I'm not going to bother. Reptomancer here is one of the scariest elites in the act. She starts with 2 daggers summoned and then summons another one on turn 1. Fortunately, those daggers are minion enemies, so with the Gremlin Horn, we can get a lot of stuff done. Don't want to put a card on top, do I? I don't think so. I'll double this. And then we'll slap the Repto. Easy. Vision generates 5 energy with one of the orbs being a Plasma Orb. And keep striking her in the face a bunch. A whole bunch. Excellent. Give me the sweeping me back, give me the fusion back, and make this leave my hands. So again, each turn we're just looking to double an attack. Gain some stats. Call it a day. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Get the Ancient Tea set for more energy on turn 1 after leaving a rest site. That's fine. More cards that we've already got copies of. Again, not a huge need to add more. We could go for a second Beam Cell Plus. Do we need to? No. Am I going to? I think so, actually. Yeah, I'll take one more. A couple enemies in the late game have Artifact, which means they won't be affected by debuffs the first few times we apply them. All right, one more elite here. I think we've really started to get ahead of the game, so to speak. We're stronger than most of the foes we're facing now. We're not taking damage in these fights. It's going quite well. My general advice with recalling is to do so before the final fire of the run. This is the final one here, so we want to recall now. That just gives us the opportunity to have the most options as to what to do with the final fire. It also means we can't forget. Forgetting is pretty bad. Try not to do that. Try not to do that. Alright, Nemesis again. Once again, the Runic Pyramids retain, making this pretty easy on us. We'll just go for the eyes, leap, hologram, keep the leap in hand, so we have more block options next turn. Seems easy enough. Take damage here to dupe the algorithm. Just play it. And then this turn is a little challenging. But we can actually easily block by simply duplicating the reinforced body. Means we won't do any damage to Nemesis on this turn, but we can buy time. Bide our time, in fact. Double leap here, set up a dual-casted Dark Orb next turn. Give me the... I guess the go for the eyes. No, just too weak that way. Alright, Fool. Get dual casted. Get an Nunchaku. That'll give us more energy for every 10 attacks played, further encouraging playing lots and lots of attacks, giving us a bit more reward for persistently adding relics to the deck. Offered a Sunder Plus, which can reward energy back for killing an enemy. Not too useful here, although it is a good Echo Form target. If we needed a big damaging attack, this would actually be okay, but I think it's a bit redundant here. I think the Gambler's Brew is better than a Swift Potion when you've got a Runic Pyramid, letting us discard whatever we've got in hand for a card draw. This is just unconditional draw 3. Gambler's Brew works if your hand is clogged, Swift Potion does not. Alright, what should we upgrade? I think Skim for one more card drawn is reasonable. With Runic Pyramid, you can also consider upgrading an Echo Form here, so that it doesn't have the Ethereal keyword. That means if I choose not to play it when we draw it, it stays in the hand. That has some utility. I think dual cast being free is also useful. Let's upgrade the Skim first. Unfortunate that Omamori hasn't done much. We're finally at the end of Act 3 here, facing our Act 3 boss, the Time Eater. Time Eater is a boss that punishes you for playing too many cards, which can be quite tricky here. Very important to notice Time Eater's Time Warp ability. Whenever you played 12 cards, Time Eater ends your turn. Very, very, very rude. So carefully counting your cards is absolutely required in this fight. Against this boss, we should be able to outpace the snail's scaling with the kunai and shuriken. As long as we play our attacks in sets of 3s, our stats will continue to go up over the course of this fight. And that is going to be a net advantage to us, big time. So, play 3 attacks, not more than 3, not less than 3, but exactly 3. To get some rewards. And I think I want to have a plasma orb, and we can block with the reinforced. Block with the reinforced here. So that was 6 of our 12 cards. If we play 6 more, our turn will end. Which is what we'd like to do here. Play exactly 6 cards. 3 attacks and 3 blocks is my guess. 1, 2, 3 attacks. Stats go up. 1, 2, 3 blocks. And again, that's kind of the pattern then. Attack, attack, attack. Alright, here's Echo Form that we can't play. I don't need both Echo Forms for this fight, just one will do. Might be able to skim into Turbo is the other option. Let's try that real quick. Also get energy if I play an attack because of the Nunchaku. That just got both Echo Forms into my hand. That's less desirable. We don't really need either of them, although I would like one of them. So here's where I could consider using a potion to change my fate. Or we can just rely on the top deck of the Sweeping Beam. If I draw either Turbo or Fission, we can do stuff. 2 we get. Okay, just a skim. Which I think we knew. We rebounded that. So, either lose both Echo Forms or use the Gambler's Brew. It's a very reasonable Gambler's Brew. We discard 4 cards. I can get a lot of important stuff into my hand. Here. We play Fission Echo Form Algorithm to block. That would make life easy. Okay, let's do that. We'll discard 4. Keep one of the Echo Forms. Discard 4 cards. Then play Fission. Play Echo Form. Play Algorithm. And that should make the rest of this fight nice and smooth. Something I haven't yet mentioned about Time Eater is that, let's look at their AI for real quick. First part of the fight is just 3 moves kind of done at random. Ripple, Reverberate, Head Slam. But upon dropping below half health, the Time Eater will, instead of doing their normal action, perform a heal, healing back to half. So timing when you bring Time Eater below half can have quite some significant importance here. And that's exactly what we're able to do, is get Time Eater below half here, which means they won't attack me next turn. I can also get a ton of strength and dexterity here. So normally they would have attacked on this turn, but because of what I did, now they won't. I can instead just focus on continuing to build stats here. Stats. They remove all debuffs and heal themselves back to half in so doing, but it's not gonna undo the stat gain. Let's go Turbo, Beam Cell, Skim. Forget that Echo Form, just keep playing attacks. more cards. 1, 2, 3. We're attacked for 24 by 3, but reinforced body blocks for 18 apiece. Easy. Easy peasy. Kerpow. Time Eater is vanquished with 10 strength, 10 dex. Had to use 1 potion, but otherwise everything went fantastically. We have full HP as we go into the final act here. Once you defeat your boss, if you've got all 3 keys, the heart will retreat upwards, and we enter Act 4. Final challenge here. Act 4 is very, very difficult for the Defect in particular. Here in Act 4, you get first a rest site, then a shop, then a superpowered elite battle against a special pair of opponents, the Shield and Spear. More on that in a second. Shield and Spear are one of the most difficult encounters for the Defect. It's very threatening combat where you're put under a lot of damage pressure very quickly. Gonna get dual cast as our last upgrade. So, in the final store here, we have a few options that are kind of interesting. Hyper Beam is a focus loss attack. Could be a good way to deal damage to multiple foes. Defragment for a last chance at focus. Whetstone would upgrade 2 random attacks. That's okay. Pair gives us 10 maximum health. That's okay. Medical Kit gives us the ability to play status cards to get rid of them. That's kind of useful. Status cards will be added to our deck in both of the remaining combats, so the Medical Kit could let those be less of a burden, especially against the heart. The Medical Kit will be quite good. It's not amazing. You still, as the biggest penalty of these statuses is not negated, which is the first draw of them. But it's not too bad. Of the potions here, I like the Power Potion the most. I think Power Potions are very, very good in the late game, letting us look at 3 different powers on turn 1 of one of the fights and choosing a power to put into play. This could be a Creative AI or an Echo Form. Medical Kit is indeed quite good with the Runic Pyramid, allowing Hand Clog to be avoided a bit more. I think we'll remove a Strike from the deck. One last strike to go. One last strike to go. So at the end here, we have 2 strikes and 3 defends of original 4 and 4. That's not great, but not bad. Removing half is a pretty good thing to do. And the fact that we have the Runic Pyramid means the remaining ones won't be too bad. I will take that Medical Kit. I will take that Power Potion. Do I want anything else here? Aggregate could be a way to generate a large amount of energy, which could be quite useful. Do you think Aggregate is a very good energy generator on the Defect? Let's give it a go here. Gain 1 energy for every 4 cards in the draw pile. And I think that's all we want. Any more cards would be a bit of a mess. Otherwise, yeah, we could have gone with Whetstone upgrade. Maybe the Go for the Eyes. That would have been not bad, actually, to pick this up. But I'll opt for the card instead. The Aggregate. So, 3 potions, full health. I think good odds going into Shield and Spear here. Thankfully, they're reduced in size because of the Preserved Insect, our first relic. So, a quick breakdown on these two. This is one of the most unique fights in the game. Shield and Spear are a very threatening elite pair that are each on a 3-turn attack rotation. So, Spire's Spear always starts with Burn Strike. 2 attacks and 2 burn. 6x2 plus 2 burn. Then on turn 2 and every 3 turns thereafter, they use Skewer, a 10x4 multi-attack. Otherwise, if they're not skewering, then they'll then either alternate Burn Strike Piercer or Piercer Burn Strike. So they've got a buff, a burn attack, and a ×4 attack. The ×4 occurs on turn 2 and every 3 turns after that. So it's a semi-random rotation. And the same is true here of Spire Shield, except the guaranteed move is on turn 3, not turn 2. Smash for 38 damage and 38 block. On other turns, they either block and then attack with Bash to lower a player stat, or the other order, Bash first and then Fortify. We can see they've gone Fortify first, so next turn the Spire Shield will attack us for 14. The turn 2, as an additional complication, you're surrounded in this fight. One enemy is in front of you and one enemy is behind you. And the enemy that you most recently targeted is the one that you're facing. Enemy that you're not facing deals bonus damage to you. So you have to deal with extra damage if you're unable to control your facing. Having targeted attack cards can really help to make sure you can continue to face the right direction. My main evaluation in this fight is trying to figure out who to target first. The primary goal of this fight for me is to either prevent the big attack of the spear on turn 2 or the big attack of the shield on turn 3. So can I kill the spear in 2 turns, or can I kill the shield in 3 turns? Are the 2 questions I ask. And if the answer is neither of them, then I usually want to focus the spear first. I think in this case we want to look at the top 2 cards with vision here. The Dark Orb's always going to target the shield because of the lower health. But otherwise I get a bit more options for my hand. Okay, this looks pretty reasonable. I'm thinking that if we focus on the shield first, we can kill it before it gets to take any major action here. That leaves us only having to deal with the spear's attack next turn. I don't think we can kill the spear by turn 2. So let's focus shield first. The shield has the lower health, and we have 1 extra turn to finish them, essentially. So I'm going to use my 2 beam cells to apply vulnerable here. And then begin to draw and deal damage with these beams. 15... 15. We get an Echo Form. Nice. Can use the Go for the Eyes to turn back around, which we probably should. We can use the other one to weaken the spear next turn. That would mean we're taking 6 by 2 damage. We're blocking for 6 plus 2, 8. Take 4. That's actually a good thing, to take a little bit of damage here rather than trying to fully prevent the damage because of the Centennial Puzzle. However, we should also use 1 potion this fight, because we have the White Beast statue. So what if we do this? Dexterity Potion, Go for the Eyes, block 9, take only 1 damage. And get the 3 draw off the Centennial Puzzle. Remember that we do have Echo Form in play, so our first card this turn is going to get doubled. The total amount of damage headed our way is nasty, yes. But we can simplify this a lot if we can kill this shield here, which I think we can do. Duplicate Rebound will do 16 plus 16, then I can hologram the Sweeping Beam. Let's do that. I think we're just barely there. On higher Ascension levels, those 2 burns would have gone directly on top of the deck, where the medical kit would have been a lot more relevant. Thankfully, this Ascension level means it won't happen. Let's see, 3 strength. How much damage does Beam Cell do? 7, it would be 10. Not quite enough. I can double hollow, though, right? Yeah, this works. We also get 1 energy and 1 card draw when the shield dies, because of the Gremlin Horn, which I'll use to play Fusion. That's a great turn, then. We completely blocked this hit. We killed the shield, and we took control of the fight. And that's when what the fight looks like when it goes well. When the fight doesn't go well, you take 60 damage on turn 2, and you're at very, very low health. Happens, unfortunately, quite a lot. aggregate at the bottom there. Let's just get our self-repair in play and make sure we also double the algorithm, I guess. And then we win. Get a bag of marbles, allowing us to apply Vuln to the heart on turn 1. Not a particularly big deal. Another capacity potion for 2 more orb slots. And hilariously, we're offered a reprogram, which allows us to lose focus to gain more strength and more dexterity. Already something that we're doing on this run. I think reprogram would actually kind of lean into it pretty well. This is definitely a card you can build around as the defects. Although many defects will go positive focus, sometimes you can go negative. And I think this run is pretty well set up to do that. We don't get a whole lot of value out of our orbs, although I am going to have a bunch of orb slots in the final fight here. I think we should do it. I think this will be quite good, giving us even more strength and dex, such that our holograms are full blocking the heart on their own practically. Let's do it. Alright, as we go into the heart, I think we have very good odds. We're quite well set up here initially. The heart itself is, of course, an enormously challenging opponent. Very, very, very difficult here. Let's take a look at the AI real quick for the Corrupt Heart and talk about this for a second. Corrupt Heart always starts with Debilitate. Makes you have every status effect, vulnerable, weak, and frail, and adds 1 of each status card. Void, Slimed, Dazed, Burn, Wound. 5 statuses. It's a completely unfair move, quite frankly. And it's followed up with 2 very high damage attacks, 2x15 and 45, which with vulnerable is actually 3x15 and 67. And because you're frail and produce reduced block, you need to block for 100 to actually fully negate that hit, accounting for the penalties. If you can prevent the penalties, that will go a long way towards making this fight a lot more manageable. So one of the things that you can do to prepare for this fight is gain Artifact or otherwise block these debuffs on turn 1. An Ancient Potion, a Core Surge, the Clockwork Souvenir that we saw earlier this run, these would all be good ways to mitigate this initial damage. If you don't have the ability to block the Vuln, then your next best bet is to apply Weaken, and your third best bet is to block for a ton. That's perhaps where the genetic algorithm is going to come in, by blocking for a lot. Let's see, we don't heal for potion use, right? We should just use these. And let's see what this is. We're offered a Bias Cognition, an Electrodynamics, or you guessed it, a more orb slots, another capacitor. That's cute. Very cute. I wouldn't say any of these are particularly good. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with 9 orb slots, but we could do 9 orb slots. Other option is just take the Electrodynamics and do a little bit more damage here in the early part of the fight. I don't think the Bias Cog is very good. We're probably going to go negative focus with the reprogram anyway. I guess it could be a short-term boost just to this Frost Orb. I think I'll take the capacitor. I think I'll take the capacitor. I don't think that mattered too much. There's an additional complication with the heart. Every time we play a card, we take 1 damage. That's actually good in this case, because I want to draw cards off the Centennial puzzle, but after the initial, it's kind of a bit awkward. Okay, and we got to reprogram early. That's quite exciting. Program's going to let us trade away our focus for strength and, most notably, dexterity. We certainly want dex. I'm contemplating rebounding reprogram here. Let's do it. Turbo, leap, rebound, program, draw some cards, draw some more cards, lose our Echo Form, hologram the turbo, don't lose the Echo Form. Play this 2. Play this for strength. Okay, not bad. We got 3 strength, 3 dexterity on turn 1. We have Go for the Eyes in hand so that we can weaken the heart for next turn. And we have an Echo Form in play. I wouldn't call this ideal, but it is pretty good. First attack is the 3x15 multi-hit. We also got Echo Form into my opening hand. So I think our first card play here should be Echo Form. We'll play Echo Form twice with the other Echo Form, and then our first 3 cards each turn are getting duplicated. It's going to result in us taking some Beat of Death damage, but it's pretty much a given that in a heart fight you're going to take some hits. So you have to deliberately trade your health where it matters most. The second duplication will be this Reprogram. And then third dupe might be this Defend. Then lastly, I'll play Beam Cell, Go for the Eyes, gain Strength, Dex, lower the Heart's attack for the next 2 turns. Yeah. And we'll play the Burn to get rid of that. So as follows here. That means we take 30 minus 12, 18 damage. That's not too bad. I could even play this for a bit more block. Take 10? That's definitely not bad. Keep the Sweeping Beam for next turn. This is the trickiest turn of the heart, usually. Singular big attack. Definitely looking like we didn't draw exceptionally well here. Still, there's some hot shenanigans we can do. Thanks to the power of Echo Form, our first 3 cards are doubled. If I double Hologram, I'm allowed to fetch 2 cards to the discard pile, which can be, Hologram and a different card. Let's fetch the other Hologram. Then I can dupe Hologram again, getting back... Let's go with Turbo Hologram this time. And one more time, getting back Skim Hologram. So now I have almost 50 block, and I just have more cards in my hand than I did before, because each of the holograms return themselves to my hand. Awfully convenient. And here's Fission to do some extra hot nonsense. Alright, I'm in. I'll draw a million cards. Let's do it. So what are we hologramming here? Hologram the Fission. Before I play... hologram Fusion before I Fission. Gain a ton of energy. We go up to 10 energy here. And the shenanigans continue. This. Hologram Skim. Draw me more cards. I can just kind of keep the turn going. Aggregate generates energy based on the number of cards in the draw pile. Compile River draws 3. I guess it's not going to be more than 3 because of the virus is gone. Rebound the Reprogram. Hologram the Compile Driver. Just keep doing stuff. Play this again. And let's end the turn here with 15 Strength, 15 Dexterity. We are now officially very good at making numbers happen. And from here we can kind of clobber the heart. With even our basic attacks and defends doing just enormous amounts. Seems good. Beautiful. Leap twice. Double Go for the Eyes will remove both layers of Artifact. Double Go for the Eyes again will remove a lot of damage. And we have thoroughly outscaled this thing. Looking like a win to me. 1919, dang. GG. That's the heart beaten as the Defect. Hope you're able to learn something from this tutorial style run, maybe get some ideas for how you can improve your own Defect play. This run definitely made a lot less use of powers and orbs than I think an average or typical Defect, but it is absolutely, hopefully, showing you some of the paths to victory for this character. If you can't get focused, then Strength and Dex will do. Don't neglect the block cards on Defect. Even Leap and Sweeping Beam playing critical roles in this run. Cards that you don't see a lot, usually, I think. GG. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to drop me a like. Click that button below the channel. As well as check out the YouTube for a lot more guide videos. We got one for every character now on the channel. If you want more Spire action, don't forget to tune into the live stream. We're live almost every day on Twitch, slaying Spires and having a good time. GG. GG. Good luck out there, everybody, on your Defect runs. Has it been done? Spire sleeps, and so shall I. All right, Twitch chat, video is over. Thank you so much for hanging with me through that explanatory Defect run. Very cool to see Sweeping Beam, of all things, being arguably our primary damage mechanism. I was figuring when we picked up the Gremlin Horn that these Sweeping Beams were going to do a lot of work, but I really underestimated just how strong they were going to be. 1 strength per turn off Shuriken. 1.135 from Kunai. That's good. That's really good. Very, very effective use of relics this run. Never saw any recycles. I think this would have been a much more difficult run if we tried to do focus stuff. Like if I'd gone Defragment, Bias Cognition, and Orbs. I think it would have been a much more difficult time. We've got Hyper Beam at home. That's right. Hyper Beam at home. Rebound, Hologram, Reinforced Body, Sweeping Beam, Hologram, Sweeping Beam. That's Hyper Beam at home. That's right, we already did the Silent and Ironclad and Watch Your Heart guides. They're right. Those are mostly up on the YouTube. GG. I'm so sad about the claws, though. How many claws did I skip? One. 2. 3. 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6 were in a row. Oh my god. 7. 7 was also in a row. 4, 5, 6, 7 were in a row, other than the boss fight. All right, 7. 7 claws. You violated the law. Time Vagabond, thanks for 29 months. Time Vagabond says, I don't want to leap to any conclusions, but on aggregate, I'd say any viewer who skims through that video will learn some good algorithms for Defect play. And they'll be able to make a rebound once they are playing Defect in turbo mode. All they gotta do is achieve a fusion of their style and mine. Alright, Twitch chat. Well, glad I got the special stuff out of the way. Next up, we're gonna play some of our year-long challenge. 390 out of 400. I'm also going to take a break, refill the legs, stretch the water. That was a long run to do with in one sitting, and my throat is definitely a little tired out after that. So I'm going to grab some tea, drink some water, grab a snack. Upon my return, I'm going to play some Ascension 20 with, I believe, the Ironclad in our proper rotation here. Yeah, we just had a Watcher win, so it's Ironclad 820 next. All right, folks, I'll be back in a few. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Thank you so much for the patience there. While I was away, Sightly Science, thanks for the 23 months. And, a sort of round thank you to everybody who subbed during the explained run we just did with the Defect. It was actually quite fun to make. To Jackster, thanks for the quarter century, 25 months. It's Wide Boy time. Let's play some Clad. Let's play some Clad. Maybe far left? Wonder if this is a transform too. Am I feeling better today? Oh yeah, Wreck Bar, definitely. Definitely feeling better than earlier in the week. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Let's transform 2. Fighting Guardian, I'll transform 2 strikes into an Exhume and a Spot Weakness. Interesting. Very interesting. I think this is how we start. Go left if I get really powerful or gain a lot of health or something, but seems unlikely. This is a pretty bad turn 1. Next turn. No, we got to play the bash then. That kills. Okay. -1 health. Not taking a wild strike. Shrug or Ghostly? I think I like Shrug more than Ghostly armor here. 10 block's pretty good though. Infernal Blade kind of works with Exhume. Would be a good reason to upgrade the Infernal Blade, too. That's curious. Reckless Charge is a 0-cost attack's not bad either here. I'm actually going to take this. Infernal Blade. Add a random attack into our hand. It costs 0 this turn. And it was secretly a merchant anyway. Bummer. Blood Potion seems good. Card removal seems good. Armaments is okay. Can I afford Blood Pot card remove? Because if so, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Cool. Madness is kind of cute. Banana is kind of delicious. Take the heal and then we're definitely set here. Or I can take 5 max health, since I bought the Blood Potion anyway. Let's try that. Infernal Blade! Again! The power. Bonk. Bonk. Uppercut's good stuff, too. Let's do it. Not thinking too hard here. We did that last run. Could upgrade Uppercut or the Infernal Blade. I think with the Exhume, the Infernal Blade upgrade is actually better. To make it a 0-cost attack generator. Not good enough. don't think we want to use this yet. This is a fine turn 1. Probably use the skill potion next turn. Let's see what this is first. It's pretty good. It means double tap would be even better. Yeah, I'll use the skill potion here. Another Infernal Blade, Second Wind, Disarm. Disarm's okay, Infernal Blade's okay. Let's use the Infernal Blade. Just in anger, that's fine. Bailerbot knows all. Bailerbot is wise. I'm gonna try blocking here. I don't know if we do enough damage without playing that uppercut, though. Shoot. Certainly not like... Oh, well, actually. Actually, yes. Get a Peace Pipe, letting us toke cards to permanently remove them at rest sites. With so many removed strikes already, that's an interesting find. Offered Reckless Charge, Twin Strike, Brutality. With Spot Weakness, I actually really like adding a Twin Strike. Something that scales with our strength here. Brutality is a cute way to draw cards, but... not actually what we need at the moment. At least I don't think so. Probably start toking soon. Kunai. Infernal Blade. There's potential here. Kunai is pretty difficult to use on Ironclad, but we can get free attacks. So maybe there's a chance here. It's a pretty bad turn 1. Pretty good turn 2, though. I'll take it. And I could exhume that and do it again. Which I will do. Despite the damage. Because we get a kill with it. Easy. Smart. Frozen Egg will upgrade any powers we get. We'd already love any of the Exhaust Energy powers because of Infernal Blade Exhume. Could take a second Spot Weakness. 2 might be better than 1 here. I think I'd rather just toke other cards, though. Nah. Alright, it's token time. First up, Bash. Now that we have an Uppercut Plus, I don't need Bash anymore. We can remove, transform, or upgrade. With an egg, transforms are extra good. Let's transform a strike here. Get an Immolate. Yeah. Instantly relevant. Yeah. Now that's what I call a blessed run. Metallicize Plus. Or Pummel. Pummel with Spot Weakness and Exhume? Ooh, with Exhume. Is Immolate a worry with a tiny deck? Not if playing the Immolate kills the foes. It is a card we'll have to avoid against bosses, though. It's true. Take a Pummel here. Not in love with Metallicize, usually. It's fine, but... eh. Generally not stellar. Rupture Plus. Also not stellar. If I'd had the Brutality, though, oh man. That'd be good with the Brutality. Any other Brutalities or Combusts we see will be upgraded. I think it's still a decent pickup. Vunks, thanks for 3 months of support. Do Burns and Rupture work together? Yes. Also, technically works with Rupture. Blasphemy. Technically. I tried it once. It does work. Alright, we really want to see a Brutality Plus from the boss here. Oof, this turn 1. Help! Infernal Blade, I'm going to need a bludgeon here. I guess we're going to find out about the Rupture Burn synergy, huh? I can transform, but only by playing both Immolates. That seems iffy, huh? Seems iffy. Let's do it. Problem is, the burn only gives you the strength if you don't block the burn damage. So anytime we block, we're not benefiting. Double spot weakness land is good enough, though. Here. Ow. +2 strength. Seem to be very strong. Not too bad. Clobber the Guardian. Still have the blood potion that we purchased. We really didn't find very many potions in Act 1. We had Berserk Plus, not Brutality Plus. Fiendfire is good, though. Fiendfire is very good. Or Impervious for 30 block. I mean, we could take this for more energy, but I don't think that actually helps me very much. Guess it's not the world's worst, Berserk. With the strength we have, I'll take the Fiendfire. Fiendfire is also very good, again, with those exhaust scaling powers we're looking for. Feel no pain. And Dark Embrace. Really sad I missed that Brutality. Could have had such a cool deck with the Runic Cube. Okay with Slaver's Collar for energy during boss and elite fights, or Empty Cage to remove 2. Actually, I don't want to Empty Cage. We're almost ahead on removals here. I'd have to remove my own defense. And I'd rather go Dark Embrace Corruption. So I think I'm going to take some energy here, in the form of the Slaver's Collar. Don't trust the Runic Cube at this time. And I don't trust the Act Layout at this time. Yikes. What do you got? Blood for blood. For blood. Nice. Even got to kunai for once. And Fiend Fire banned with a small deck, no cards to exhaust. We can hopefully fix that. That is a valid concern, though. It's true. That just means we need to add more cards. Dropkick Plus. That seems pretty okay here. Very good with the kunai, very good with the small deck, very good as an infinite enabler for later. Seems excellent. Birds is coming. Caw. Did you know? We got Pummel Exhume for birds, though. I'm not afraid of birds. Yeah, I'm not afraid of birds. Take that. And I can't play the Immolate. Curious. I think I need to, though. Unfortunate. Don't get what's with the potion luck, but don't like it. God. Slaver's Collar is such a pain sometimes. Torok Fremen, thanks for 2 months of support. Heck yeah. Like a real copy of Anger. Be really nice. Transform 2 cards again. Put a card or remove a card and add a random one. I feel like we need help, so let's transform 2. Let's transform these defends. To Battle Trance Clash. Should have punched him. Feel no pain's good, though. Explosive Potion versus Blood Potion. Go Explosive Potion for this elite. I think our troubles are almost over, though. Ah, heck, it's this one. Maybe not almost over. Take it. I'll take it. Thank you, Dropkick, for not failing me. By 4, huh? Or Exhume Infernal Blade. Which will give me a lot of block, too. Okay, let's do that. Don't fail me, Infernal Blade. Thank you. Okay. We are alive. We got a bag of marbles. And nothing that I want there. Okay. Upgrade this Battle Trance. Might toke the Clash soon, too. Kentucky Jelly Assassin, thanks for 2 metric years. Where did the time go? Where, oh where? Did it all go? Can't play uppercut and drop kick? Fair enough. Take 4 is fine. We hit Battle Trance or Immolate I can kill. Good. Flame Barrier with an upgrade. Seems like a pretty good addition to the deck. Not going to say no to that, despite the energy restriction. Skill Potion versus Explosive Potion. I like the Elixir a lot for the champ fight, I think. Although we're still not able to beat champ at the moment. Can fix that, I'm sure. Keep the Explosive Potion for the next elite fight. It's either Slavers or Gremlin Leader. Very happy with a boat thingy for 10 block on turn 1. That's going to help us lose health in these combats a lot less. I don't think we should fight the Burning Elite, although we maybe could. It's either Gremlin Leader or Slavers. I have Anchor and Bag of Marbles and an Explosive Potion. Heck it, let's do it. Yeah, I think that's well worth it, based on what I'm seeing here. Well worth it. I mean, heck. They get stomped. Didn't even need to use the potion. It was so good. Six free health, a free emerald key, and the sundial and a second dropkick. Juicy. Also Fiendfire, Feel No Pain. Of course. Ultimate Exhaust Synergy, go! Actually, wait. Wait. I'm already infinite with the sundial. I don't need the dropkick, right? Because we have Shrug dropkick. as our infinite. So we can actually take either the Feel No Pain or the second Fiend Fire. Take the second Feel No Pain. And now we want to add Burning Pact or True Grit, if possible. Has plus. Bonky. You got block power. Disarm. Great exhume target. Great with the exhaust stuff. It's going to make it so that enemies have a more difficult time dealing with our nonsense. Or difficult time hurting us. From here, we basically want to toke as many attack cards as possible. Start with Clash. Think we can afford a regular removal of the shop? Yes, I can. Or I can buy Second Wind. I don't need a third Feel No Pain. That's plenty. Second Wind is pretty sweet, though. Do I need it? I don't know. I don't think I need to pay for it. Let's dunk this Twin Strike. Let's finish them. Or else. It's not enough, though. Curses. This blocks for 4. Might as well. I don't know that that was quite right, but here we are. Champ should be a very easy fight, regardless. Not particularly worried about Champ. Would be easier with a Burning Pact, though. It's not a Burning Pact. Havoc can exhaust cards, but it's way too unreliable. Am I removing Defends? I think so. Less cards, the better. So, goal in the champ fight is to exhaust the deck down to just a handful of cards until there are less than 5 in total, ideally. We're going to need a well-timed Battle Trance for that to work. Looks like we have it, though, I think. Yeah, there we go. Gonna be stuck with that no matter what. That seems fine. I think I don't even need to use the elixir from the looks of it. And yeah, this happens now. Strafos, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Appreciate ya. $12 damage at a time. No problem. You also get an inordinate amount of block and dexterity from this, which is kind of cool. What is happening? This is what we call an infinite combo. Essentially, there is no cards in the draw pile, just one card in the discard pile, drop kick. So Shrug must always draw a drop kick. Drop kick must always draw a Shrug. And every 3 times I shuffle the draw pile, we get 2 energy. Since there's only one card, we get a shuffle every time I play a card. I can do this as many times as I want. Poor champ just has to sit there and take it. Is it normal for the discard pile to be there? No, that's a mod I'm using to relocate it. Actually, this is supposed to be visible too, right? Hold on. What is it? Alt? Control? There we go. You're normally not allowed to move those around, but I'm allowed to. GG, champ. Get chumped on. Well, is it Feed, is it Reaper, or is it actually Juggernaut? Juggernaut doesn't seem like it helps us do the dropkick thing any faster. Reaper can help us regain health. Everyone's excited by the Juggernaut? Alright. With double Feel No Pain, Juggernaut's actually kind of cool, so let's do it. Whenever we gain block, deal damage to a random enemy. And I'm very happy to have a Fusion Hammer Peace Pipe here for more energy. Could also take double Strength Potions, not very useful, or Tiny House, also not very useful. Now we'll take the Hammer. Does 2 Feel No Pains trigger Juggernaut twice? Alas, it does not. No. Three rest sites at most. Mediocre. And I think I can only do 2 elites if I want to go to a merchant. Looks like it's... Alright, we'll start here then. Give me 999 gold, please. That would be really useful to me. Bit of a weird order there, but wasn't quite sure what was happening. So now, for every instance of block, every card we exhaust, we deal damage at random. It's pretty good. Havoc with a plus this time. Still too unreliable. If it exhausts the wrong card, we're kind of hosed. Much prefer a Truget or a Burning Pact, as I've said a couple of times. Skip the Juggernaut for this fight. That's good card draw. Although there's True Grit, unupgraded True Grit. Ugh. No, we want net gain of card draw. Alright, didn't get 9/9 in gold or anything, so shop or what here? Shop. Even if it's just a remove, seems decent. Seems decent. You'd better not curse me. I do not want to be cursed. I said I don't want to be cursed. Thank you. If I actually play the Fiend Fire, I could end up cursed, though. Let's not. Yeah, just realized we no longer need the drop kick because we can do Shrug Pommel Strike. That's right. Stinky drop kick can get out. I don't think I need another unupgraded pommel, though. Take a blood pot over a fear pot, despite the thing? Yes, despite the thing. And I'll happily look at 3 colorless cards. Madness could do stuff. Purity would be ideal. Finesse is curious. Finesse also works. Apotheosis. Upgrade every card I have. That's also decent. Decent-ish. Secret weapon's also just no nonsense here. Take a secret weapon. Get the Apotheosis. Keep toking cards. Almost time for Rupture to go. Let's lose Immolate. I think that's definitely in our way here. Zooming? Not much. Beautiful. Combust, you're late. No thanks. These are really good potions. Elex would have been nice. Gotta skip it though. Fight the Nemesis, who is conveniently not cursing me turn 1. Thank you. Secret weapon for something I want to destroy here. Sure, just get rid of pummel. Let's go. Feel no pain, spot weakness, beam fire. And we managed not to get burned this turn, which I believe means we go infinite next turn against Nemesis, which is extra cute. Just exhume the Fiend Fire, right? Yeah. How did I come up with my name? It's from a enemy in Dungeons and Dragons, the Baylor Demon. Creature from the Abyss. I was quite fascinated with D&D as a kid. Grew to love it a lot. Got him. Right, because the Balrog is copyrighted. Original D&D did just straight up steal some names from copyrighted works, and various mythologies, of course, too. Many of the creatures in D&D are still named after mythological entities. Okay, let's get the powers down. Let's get the powers down. Secrete weapon? Nah. Secrete Juggernaut. Perfect. Kapow. Last chance at Havoc, probably. I still don't want it. Still want a Burning Pact. Can we kill the Transient? That's the important question. Signs point to yes. So you want to exhume what? Finesse? Looks like we're actually not having a great turn here. Ooh. Actually, I want to block with Auric Helcom, right? Else is one energy that I can get back. Pummel? We can gamble on Infernal Blade. Should result in no damage taken, right? Or only 3? 3 will do. Not quite. The no draw stops me here. There we go. Great success. All right, strap in, Twitch chat. This might take a little bit. Don't actually have to kill Transient, but why wouldn't I if I can, you know? If we hadn't found Sundial, we'd be having to do this with 2 drop kicks. and it would be worse. Sundial has made it much easier. Infinite uppercutting. Do you get anything special for beating this enemy? Just an achievement unlocked in your game files, but there's no material reward. And you can only get that achievement once, that's right. Would using Shrug break the thing? No. We could use Shrug instead of either of the other cards. It would just take longer. There it is, Burning Pact. Exhaust a card to draw 2 cards. This is the perfect final piece of the puzzle, letting us remove a targeted card from the deck so that we can get down to just the infinite subset even faster now. Perfect. Simply perfect. Sever Soul. Seems slightly annoying. Oh, I need to exhume the... Oh, I don't need to do anything, actually. Battle Trance, I think, is helping us. It makes the Fiend Fire a bit more reliable. Take Liquid Memories over the Blood Pot here. Gonna keep the Elixir. Exhaust any number of cards in your hand is actually very, very, very useful on this run. Exceedingly so. Especially with the secret technique. Sort of secret weapon to let us fetch the Fiend Fire so that we can exhaust the Battle Trance hand. We don't do that every time, but we did most of the time. Get him, Juggernaut. Double Jug? It's completely unnecessary. So is Double Disarm. Skip it. What else is unnecessary? Rupture sure is. Rupture's a bit annoying. Finally get that out of here. Although that at least normally removes itself when played. I'd still like to be rid of it here. Nice. Student deck a little tricky to assemble an infinite against because of the days that are added, but shouldn't be too hard. Certainly we'll get there. Get back Infernal Blade or Flame Barrier. Yeah. Cure to spot weakness. Upper with the Fiendfire. And uppercut to the unupgraded one, that is. Two more days. Probably go infinite next turn. From the looks of it. Here we are. I like it. GG. Who's next? Alert Bert is here, the Awakened One. Awakened One shouldn't be too much of a problem. If I do this correctly, we might be able to kill the Awakened One without killing any of the minions, which would be highly entertaining. Ouch. Guess that's fine then. Ideally. Let's play that too. Get rid of uppercut? Nah, we'll play it. GG, Awakened One. Caw. Grr. Begone, birds. To thump, to thump. Deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all these card removals? We've toked 6 cards. Let's make it 7. And I can even afford 1 more removal at this shop, too. In case I really wanted it to be obscene here. I think I might remove the Flame Barrier. Pummel can go. Hilariously, Spot Weakness can go. I'll lose Pummel here. Evolve is nice, letting us draw extra cards off statuses. That probably makes our fights shorter and not longer. Okay, I'll take that. And dupe Pod over Liquid Memories? I don't think so. I think we're good. 20 card special, let's go. Can I get Evolve turn 1? That's the real question. Definitely maybe. No. Alright, pretty bad turn 1. This could be the turn I have to use the elixir. Well, hold on. Maybe just the Liquid Memories. Yeah, I think this is where the Liquid Memories comes in then. And I what? Secret weapon for Fiend Fire? That won't be enough either. Liquid Memory is the Battle Trance that gets more cards in hand. Then we Secret Weapon the Fiend Fire. That's a little bit better than what I had in mind originally. Yeah. Let's try that. Okay, we have the Fiend Fire in hand too. Even better. I do have Exhume. Good. Okay. Infinite? Okay, and we have the Exhume to get back any one exhausted card, which is going to be the Pommel Strike. There we go. Could have also exhumed the Juggernaut. That would have worked fine, too. How's it going, Papa? Yeah, Sundial Ironclad. Look at our low relic count at this run. Five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 relics? That's pretty low. Yeah, this has been a pretty wild run, Papa. We got Transform 2 start into Peace Pipe first relic into Sundial, leading to some serious shenanigans. And I think we can do extra stupid nonsense turn 1 against Heart, especially with Evolve turn 1. Just gonna draw everything extra fast. Double Shrug. Seek something I want to destroy. Actually, wait, I want all these cards. Get rid of Flame Barrier? Yes, get rid of Flame Barrier. This is fine. Yeah. I like it. What is this? Just disarm Fiendfire? Can't Juggernaut if I want to do that. Slightly faster if I spot weakness. Disarm Fiendfire. I can exhume the Jug too. I want it. Even if I'm not going to use it. Yeah, heck it. Take a little bit. The shrugging begin. No power. Bring it. You can't stop me. Quirky Quillfish says, Pommel Strike work if your deck and discard are empty. You need at least one card in the discard pile. Pommel Strike doesn't leave your hand until it finishes resolving. So you can't draw Pommel Strike with itself, or generally speaking, a card draw card cannot draw itself. Unless the draw is not a direct effect of the card, but instead an activated effect after the fact. So, for example, with Dark Embrace, Truget can draw itself, because the Truget is not drawing the card, the Dark Embrace is. Yeah, same thing with Rushdown and Wrath cards. Rushdown can redraw the same card, since it's an activated effect. Final turn. Go! Despite the infinite combo, we've actually gotten less dexterity from this kunai than the Defect did. It's pretty funny. GG. GG. Not too bad, my Twitch chat. Not too bad. GG. 30-32. Feels like after that run, I'm going to have to dial it down a bit. It's too OP. Now, what has it been done? The Spire sleeps. And so, shall I? Not done slaying, though. I think I'll try one with a silent. Before the weekend's up. That was actually a pretty quick run. An hour and 5, all things considered. Yeah, the heart does do stuff against infinites. Both the damage cap and the statuses are attempt to prevent that, but you can just brute force past them, like we did there. How's it going, Haligonian? Really enjoyed our Defect Overexplained. Ended up as a kunai plus shuriken physical defect, using Sweeping Beam and Leap of all things. It's pretty good. How'd we survive Act 1 with Double Strike transform into 2 non-attack cards? Really wasn't that bad, actually. Picked up an early Shrug, Infernal Blade. And I remember having a good time against Lagavulin. What did we do against Lega? We had an uppercut. Picked up an uppercut, and that helped a lot. Shelled Parasite was one of the hardest fights. Parasite Fungi Beast did 37 to us. I think that was the worst fight of the run. And that was with a speed potion used to save 10 health turn 1. Oof. But we recovered just fine after that. Took nothing to Snake Plant. Took nothing to Champ. Took nothing basically in the entirety of Act 3. So we're infinite in most of these. The Cool Bee, thanks for 5 months. Love your support. Thank you. All right, I'm going to take another break before we jump into a silent run, so back in a few. Don't go nowhere, folks. When I return, I'll be silent. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're back. If you haven't checked out the nominated games in the vote discussion section of the Discord, highly recommend checking that out. The top thumbed up game suggestions will be put onto the monthly game poll, and then the winner of the monthly game poll gets played live on stream. Found some pretty cool games through the game vote. Really excited to see what wins the vote this month. Haligonian89, yes, now is a good time to do the thing, actually. Perfect reminder. Want to give a shout out to longtime community member Haligonian89. They're doing a charity fundraising event this weekend, a live stream tomorrow. Let me bring up the details on that. That I wanted to give a shout out to. So here's a link to the live stream. Haligonian is doing a Movember sled push gauntlet, raising money for men's health and mental health. There's a link to Haligonian's charity stream on Sunday. Right there. Currently committed to pushing a weighted sled back and forth. For every $20 they've raised this year for mental health advocacy programs and suicide prevention. So far committed to pushing a sled 277 lengths. Not quite sure how far one length is, but that sounds like a heck of a lot of work. So, if you want to watch one increasingly sweaty, I imagine, person shoving a sled back and forth for charity, then there's the place tomorrow. That'll be Haligonian, one of our longtime community members, doing that. And we're also going to ping people in the Discord tomorrow when that starts. Starting at noon PST, 3 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'll try to drop by. I've got a lot going on for myself tomorrow socially. But I should have time in between to say hello at least. Warworm, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Let's see, anything else you'd like me to mention or share? Haligonian. Modargo, thanks for the 7 months. Incredible to see me nearing 400 wins. It's incredible to be here. I didn't think we'd have such a high success rate percentage-wise this year, but we've really crushed it. And this post in the social section of the Discord. Good stuff. For anybody who wants to know more about that. I hope that goes really well. Our win percent so far, exclamation point, win rate has our up-to-date success rate. But we're at 391 wins and 258 losses. So more than 100 more wins than losses. Still wild to me. I could lose the next 100 and plus games in a row and still be above 50% for the year. So that means there should be 2 more loops around. We got 3 silent runs and 2 with every other character. Any plans for next year? There will still be Slay the Spire on the channel. I can say that for sure. What form it's going to take, I'm not 100% certain. Been toying around with ideas for how to continue to play this game that we all love, but keep it interesting and engaging in a way. I've got a few ideas as to what that could look like. As for the rest of this year, content-wise, I've got a couple of things planned, including a little cherry on top for our year-long challenge, of course. How could I not? I also do want to give a heads up that I'll be taking some time off towards the end of the year, so if you're hoping to see me stream right up until New Year's Day, I've got bad news for you. Which is that I'll be away for the last week and a half of December. Siofo, thanks for the Prime sub. 2 months of support. Rindri wants to know, any tips for consistency on Silent A20 non-heart runs? Let's see. Trickiest part of Silent A20 is Act 1, and that's true whether or not you're going for the hearts. You may wish to avoid or limit the number of Act 1 elites that you encounter so that you don't have as bad of a matchup against Gremlin Knob, potentially. The Act layout doesn't always allow this, so if you're forced to fight early elites, you're going to need to take and upgrade some attacks, and ideally you're going to need to use a potion to get through that elite as well. For the mid-game in Act 2, damage, particularly area damage, is one of the most important things you can get. So, as usual, take and upgrade your first AoE card. Advice applies here. Silent's late game is more dependent on her ability to draw cards and have access to quality blocks and weakens. So for the late game, you'll want cards like Acrobatics, Leg Sweep, Well-Laid Plans, Crippling Cloud, Malaise, Piercing Wail, anything that weakens or reduces enemy damage substantially. Now the tricky part is that the things that you need in the early game and the things you need in the late game are completely different things, so it's really hard to get cards that help you with both parts. But damage and card draw is pretty good all-around advice, I think. These are some interesting starting options. I'm actually very happy with the large max health up start bonus here. Although maybe I'm better off keeping the 99 gold and just taking the small health? Two, three, four. 4 upgrades and 2 elites is the par, right? Okay. I think I want the money then. Yeah, right, Papa? Trying to figure out what to take here. I'm actually maybe okay with choose a card. Choose a card makes the first elite a lot more manageable. Actually, wait. How do I do this? There we go. That's the take 12 health option. We get to go across the middle now. I don't know if we can actually pull this off. Second elite will be pretty tricky. We do get 4 card rewards. I'm going to try it. That's not the turn 1 you want to see against the cultist, but oh well. What can you do? Is it correct to just play another strike, because we did so badly on turn 1? To strike 6 more times? Yeah, I think it is. Definitely play 1. Probably playing 2. Next turn looks like triple defend. Neutralize, maybe? Still 4 strikes away. Shame this thing rolled 55 health. Which means that the 3 damage from neutralize isn't quite enough to make a difference. Yeah, alright. Take 3 more. Wow, this cultist is out for blood. So, next turn we either draw... Next turn it's going to attack for 21 base. Neutralize brings that down to 16. And then we draw 3 cards that are either going to be strikes, defends, or something in between. Right? The strike, defend, or survivor. It's the only possibilities. If we get 3 strikes, we kill it. We get 2 and 2. That'd be the worst case scenario. In that case, we play the defends, right? Get it down to 12. And there would be then 3 strikes in the next draw, if I only draw 2. I think this works. That we can play 3 defends here. Because if we don't get a lethal draw... Yeah, this is the worst draw. In this case, we just take the 5 damage that we could have taken last turn. And I believe we always draw a kill. Actually, we could bottom draw both strikes. Seems pretty unlikely. Okay. Definitely a awkward cultist fight, because that abysmal initial draw. But we had health to spare, so I guess I'm not too upset. As far as opening attack, I like a Sucker Punch more than Choke or Quick Slash. Choke is the highest damage single card, so it has merit in this pick for that reason. But I like Sucker Punch more overall as a card, because the weakness is useful much later in the game. Take a Sucker Punch. Can take the Golden Idol, lose some of this max health that we gained at the start. Feels probably correct to pick this up. $25% additional gold over the course of the run is equal to usually at least 200, and there's a couple events that can make this really good. We have to lose 7 max health, so down to 71. Or I could take a bunch of damage or get a curse, but both of these would add injury to insult in a way that I don't think we could handle. When would you not take the Golden Idol? Asks Root Reducer. And my answer to that is very rarely. For one, the biggest example to point to is if you started with Ectoplasm from Niao, then you should absolutely refuse the Golden Idol, because there's no use whatsoever for it, and it will only give you a penalty. But other than that, the reason to refuse it would be if any of the 3 penalties are not worth it. I think the reason you overwhelmingly take it is because you're allowed to choose your price. It's going to be worth it as long as any of the 3 prices are an acceptable payment. So you need to not have excess health. You need to not have excess max health that you're okay just kind of losing immediately. And you need to be unable to tolerate a curse. And generally in the start of Act 1, you're almost always in a position to give up, especially max health, without caring much. So you almost always take it. Does the Bloody Idol stop working with the Ectoplasm? It does. Yes, it does. Cyrus TD says, 200 gold over the course of the run to lose 7 max health doesn't seem that good. Well, consider that you can purchase max health in the form of a couple relics, like the Strawberry, for example. And even on Ascension 20, the strawberry has an average price of 165 gold. So if you purchase a max health relic, you're coming out ahead a little bit. And that's not at all the best use of the money. So you can definitely spend the money much more effectively than that. Let's see, do I need to take another hit here? Gotten 5 strength. I'll take 1. Not going to mess with the jawworm. Jotunborn points out, Golden Idol can still spare you the damage from the Forgotten Altar event in Act 2, even if you've got Ectoplasm. That's true. That's true. I like Blade Dance quite a lot. We are fighting Hexaghost, though, which does speak to picking up Deadly Poison so that we can stack damage over time on that enemy. I guess the better question is, what gets me through the Burning Elite? And that would be Blade Dance. Cool. Should definitely keep taking fights as long as our potion slots are empty. This looks like a pretty good turn 1. This is 12, right? We can't kill either of them. 24. Actually, I could kill the front louse, but it would take all of my energy. Much better hand would be Survivor, Defend, Neutralize. And I guess we actually strike over Blade Dance, because the curl up. Strike the one with less health. Neutralize the one with more health. Take another 1. I guess we just triple defend, take another 1. I could strike 1 twice, take 3, but neither will attack me next turn. And we get a good potion. All right. This is an encouraging sign. Fire potion for 20 damage. Almost, I'd say S tier, yeah. One of the best potions you can find in early Act 1 when it comes to getting through an elite as silent. Be it Sentries, Gremlinob, or Lagavulin. You're very happy with this. You're also pretty happy with footwork. And I am a certified backflip enjoyer as well. But that first footwork sure is juicy. There's only one card on Silent that gives dexterity. Can you guess what it is? Silent has so many different block cards that block for small amounts. They're not good without the footwork, but once you have it, good stuff. Look at that. Footwork lets you lean a lot more defensive as Silent. So many enemies are actually quite easy to handle with just a couple of block cards played per turn. Especially, most notably, all of the enemies that fail to gain strength over the course of the combat are exceptionally easy to handle with a little bit of boosted block power. Of course, this requires you to actually draw your blocks, so you can occasionally get donked. Yeah, we won't be splitting that even if I strike again, so we'll have to lose 5 here, alas. Do I willingly lose 1 here? Probably. Not optimizing this fight could easily lead to a lot more lost health. I'd strongly prefer to get through this fight without using the fire potion if possible. This is an adequate turn. Bummer. So fire potion would save... Oh, not very much at all, actually. Never mind. I forgot I had footwork for a second. Ignore me. Alright, you'll die instead then. You're gonna be like that. Or I can get you both. Even better. Get a smoke bomb as our second potion. Not what I was hoping for, but it's okay. And a terror, which is great vindication in not picking up that deadly poison. Terror is arguably the best physical damage card on Silent. Multiplying all your attacks by 1.5. It's the only way to gain vulnerable on Silent. So grab it if you see it. Srabalier, thanks for 27 months. We've seen runs you chatters wouldn't believe. Lagavulin slain in the lost adventure fight. You watch Tungsten Rod glitter in the dark near the Scrap Ooze event. All these moments will be lost in time, like Spire's slain. Time to sub. Heck yeah. Thank you, Srab. Thank you. Okay, if I've got a terror, then upgrading Blade Dance is quite a big deal. 4 more damage or 6 more if terror's down. Fire Dude, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. And no matter what, we have an out here. We can win with Fire Potion or we can just leave. So about them block cards. I've had a number of successful Sentries fights lately that have been dependent on just tanking the hit on turn 1 to get more damage in play. I think it would be foolish to not play Footwork. We're actually almost exclusively drawing block next turn, huh? I'm wondering if this is Footwork, Sucker Punch, Terror. That means we can... Now, we kill it if we get Blade Dance in hand. Blade Dance will be 16, 24 damage with Vulnerable. Maybe I do skip the Footwork. Feels weird. The amount of damage we need to do isn't quite right if I don't play 2 attacks on turn 1. Maybe I could go Footwork, Sucker Punch Strike, skip the Terror entirely, and rely upon using the Fire Potion. That's a more reasonable line. Okay, I like that better. Yeah. You do get the Blade Dance. Perfect. And then you're going to be next to die, I think. Since we have this one full blocked on this turn. Ouch. Not the draw I was looking for. More injured than I was hoping at this point. But we do get our hands on our first relic, and that could change everything here. It's an oddly smooth stone for a little bit more block. Stacks with the Footwork, which is quite nice. Basically upgrades our Footwork for free. And if we want a way to deal a bit more damage, we could consider a Noxious Fumes, which would apply poison every turn. Gotta say, I'm not thinking we got strong enough to keep going on the path that I marked originally. Probably going to do something like this now, so that we can rest at a fire. But we'll see what's in the event. If we get a heal, we could go for the Burning Elite after all. One Fumes is always nice to have. There's actually wait a minute. With our ready access to block and already having terror, I really like Masterful Stab. Masterful Stab is originally a 0 cost deal 12. Increases in cost every time we take damage, but as long as we don't allow the enemies to strike us, and Silent is pretty good at that, the Masterful Stab hits pretty dang hard. Let's do it. And let's see what the event has. It's time to spin the wheel. Come on, full heal. Give me the full heal. Please. Please. Make up for everything that's happened so far on this run, sir. You can do it. Oh, card remove. Not what I wanted, but it definitely not one of the bad options. Let's happily remove strikes. We got a footwork. Definitely don't remove defense. I still don't think we do this. Yeah, I think I'd rather just grab the rest site and make it a 2 elite act. I'd prefer to do that over, say, smoke bombing away from the Burning Elite. Although we actually get some of the same nodes. That's approximately as good as just having a dead event, huh? Okay, I'm actually being more sold on the go this way line. Because if you just kind of cover up the Burning Elite, pretend we skip it, then in both cases we get 2 rest sites and 1 elite on the same floor. Just one way gets 2 events. The other one gets 2 combats. We have no health. We have 21 health, which is actually quite a bit of health. And we have a deck that can defeat a lot of foes without losing any more health. So we can get quite a bit done. I'm going to go this way. Unfortunately, the relic we get doesn't help us right now, but Courier is, generally speaking, very good. Very good indeed. Then we take 1. That's not too bad. Yeah, I'd like to win this fight. Getting more potions would help a lot here. Instead we get 25 bucks. And a nightmare? No, I'll take an all-out attack. 10 damage to all enemies. Definitely helpful for chunking through powerful opponents. That's very good. There's always Nightmare Masterful Stab. That'd be a hilarious way to beat Lagavulin. Wait a minute. Or Gremlinob. Huh. Usually we don't draw that together, though. There's some fun interactions. Footwork is also a good nightmare target under a variety of situations. Don't see how it helps me against Hexaghost, though. All attack is going to be useful in Hexaghost. Alright, this should be an easy fight. Especially with this turn 1 draw. Really good draw. Walk that one first. Play the whole hand, why not? Get some money. Get a leg sweep. Flying knee or a reflex. Leg sweep is primo block. Rounds out the weakness for the whole game. Bit of a bad draw against Gremlin, but not that bad, especially with footwork. Take a leg sweep very happily. I'm not going to skip our opportunity to pick that up. Burning Elite is a Lagavulin with regeneration. No reason to escape from this yet. Let's see how this goes. We can get Terror and Footwork down. This might actually go well. Not thrilled with this part. Fortunately, taking a hit here will make the Masterful Stab more expensive on subsequent draws. We don't exactly have a lot of damage in hand, and this fight is going to take a long time. I don't know if we get to stick around. I guess we're only paying 7 health to find out. The rewards are huge if we win this. Can always leave later. Okay. Always leave later. I might want to take 4 on purpose here. I think I do. I know this makes the Masterful Stab expensive again. Lagavulin, very much a damage race. One we'd like to win here. Since our strength gets penalized after the first debuff, most of our stuff is useless. And that's bad. That was this hand. Okay. Wait, no, it's only 6 block! You fool! We didn't quite get there, huh? Dang. Smell you later. Good news is, we still have a decent act, overall. Even not getting the rewards from that fight, just not an amazing act. Yeah, last the draw order didn't agree with us on that Laga fight. If we'd been able to terror on turn 1, it would have been a bit different. That's alright. As long as we don't experience the same thing in the Hexaghost fight, which will be a challenge of its own, is Hexaghost. It's alright, good, good. Might as well get the artifact off that one too. Happy to go into the Hexaghost fight with low health. Not this low. Dang. I guess I would... Yeah, this is fine number. Masterful Stab costs 4. Could actually die next turn if we don't draw either of these blocks. That would be bad. And embarrassing. Oh, good. Strength Potion helps a lot. And I might actually prefer Backflip to the other stuff here. If I've got a Strength Potion, we should be okay. Backflip helps preserve the precious little health that we have, and lets us get back to the Blade Dance quicker. Predator's also pretty good. I'm really hoping we can keep this alive, because the money multiplier we're currently sitting at is kind of enormous. I'm going to upgrade the auto attack for a little bit more attack damage here. Our goal, kill Hexaghost before we are toast. To the ghost. Nice attack, nerd. Fun fact, Hexaghost's turn to attack is based on your current health. With barely any health, it does barely any damage. And I was definitely supposed to drink that earlier in the fight. I was talking to Twitch chat. But yeah, we're using the strength potion. We need it. At least I'm pretty sure we do. Maybe go a little less fast here. Yeah, look at Hexaghost's health just disappearing. Vanishing. Like a fart in the wind. And this is the one kind of scary turn, next turn. Looks like we're fine, though. I'm going to not play Backflip because I specifically do want to draw these cards next turn to block this attack. The 9x2. I guess leg sweep alt attack is best. Cool. Alright, no punish. Good. Very good. Get Adrenaline, Wraith Form, or Tools of the Trade. Actually a pretty bad Wraith Form, all things considered. I don't like Wraith Form that much when I've already got a really good block plan. Tools is nice, though. Tools lets us look at more cards, means it's each turn means we're a lot less likely to draw nothing in terms of block. Or the Adrenaline is just free draw and energy, which is definitely useful here. Definitely appreciate an Adrenaline. Tools opens up some interesting options for boss draw. Like we could take tools, we could take a hovering kite, for example, with Tools of the Trade. Although I wouldn't love it. I don't know if that's a good enough reason to take this. I don't think it is. Tools upgrade is 0 cost. Kind of nice, actually. Tools would also enable us to maybe go plans list this run, if we don't get offered any kind of retain. And could allow us to start taking stuff like Reflex and Tactician, which is pretty good with footwork, actually. Things to note that but I don't think I'm convinced that they're likely enough. Ooh, Wristblade. Oh man, Wristblade with Masterful Stab. That's hilarious. Oh, I like this. I like where we ended up, Twitch chat. So, option A, extra energy and enemies gain strength. This is fine. Nothing wrong with it. But, it does kind of counteract our block plan a little bit if the enemies do more damage. Calling Bell, unique curse and 3 relics. 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare. The curse added is pretty bad, but the relics could be quite nice. Or lastly, Wristblade. Anything that's 0 cost deals 4 extra damage. Very notably, our Blade Dance Plus. It's going to go from dealing 4 per shiv to 8 per shiv. The Masterful Stab gets bonus damage. The Neutralize gets bonus damage. And a few other cards in the Silent Pool will also get bonus damage. That's very good. I really like that. I'm going to take that. I think that's enough extra damage already to allow us to really shred Act 2. And if we pick up any other decent cards, it'll only get better. Ooh. This is a spicy layout to the act, though. Could try to cash in at the early store. Yeah, this store's kind of out of the way. What if I did something like this? Could go to this one. Lose out on a rest site, but also have to go through a lot of fights. Probably not. Do like this then. We don't get a whole lot of value from the mall bank for going to the shop this early, but we do have a lot of cash burning a hole in our pocket, and the ability with the courier to spend all of it meaningfully to get as strong as possible here for Act 2. Otherwise, I fear we might have a bit of a hard time. If I'm skipping this shop, we'd probably want to go to this one. Or this one. Not going to a shop here in Act 2 is sheer lunacy. So we have to go to one of these 3, and the problem with the third one is that it's wildly inconveniently located. This is not that bad if I go through this elite, maybe. But how much extra money is it worth? Let's see. Between this one and the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 floors. So 9 times 12 gold. Which is then multiplied by 1.2. So about 130 gold's worth. A little bit less than 1 common relic. If we wanted to do that, I'd have to go to one of these elites. I don't know. I'm not particularly comfortable with that. There's some upgrades I'd like to get. Hey there, Steven. Appreciate the good luck wishes. Slay the Relics is down, unfortunately. Yes. Yes, it is. Greetings, bird nerds. You have chosen wrong. And now you die. Middle one first. So if I play the alt attack, you'll fall. So I'm allowed to play Shiv, Masterful Stab, Strike? No. No, but we can backflip. So I think I go... I actually can't play the alt attack now that I think about it. We have to play the defend if I want to take nothing. Okay, that's fine. We just draw back to the Blade Dance and we kill another one. Should be easier. You will be focused next. Fool. This one should be weakened. They'll both attack me next turn. Perfect. Alright, that was smooth as butter. We get an attack potion, which is actually extra powerful. Because it creates a zero-cost attack, the wrist blade will boost this potion. Also, Deflect plus Prepared plus. That's pretty cool. In a deck with Smooth Stone and a Footwork, I think a zero-cost block 7 is an incredibly good find this early. But the Prepared is also quite nice. Yeah, that Deflect is pretty ridiculous. It's going to block for 10. Excellent find. Now I want an Acrobatics. This Terror being on turn 1 every time is amazing. This is a very good run. How's it going, True-esque? The Spires are treating me well. This Silent's been a little bit blessed in particular. Probably Leg Sweep over Striking here. We're never killing it next turn. So we should have that weakness. The weakness. We're going to draw absolute nothingness next turn, and I don't like it. Might as well, right? Seems bad. Or it seems like perfect lethal. Easy. Never had a problem in my life. Wow, ask and ye shall receive. There's Acrobatics. Or I can take a backflip. Both are good. Given that we already have one backflip, I'm more motivated to take the Acrobatics so that we have the versatility. Feels right to me. So, do I want to go to the shop now? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. It's a little bit sad with Mawbank, but I think I do. So, what do you think, Twitch chat? Do we buy a Toxic Egg? Seems pretty good. Toxic Egg and then Blur Plus. Which I like more than the Dodger Roll. I don't think I should buy both. Oddly Good Slice. It does 10 damage. Yeah, I buy Toxic Egg. There's a Juzu bracelet behind it. Could also buy the Twisted Funnel, although I'm more likely to remove a strike here, right? Let's see what's behind Blur. Outmaneuver Plus. That's actually not bad. Don't think I need to spend 42 gold on an outmaneuver, though. If we want one, we can take one in a card reward. But backstab here. Feels nice, but... Does it get plus 4 damage? Yeah, it does feel really good. Is it worth 65 gold? Half a relic? I don't know about that. Would Noxious synergize well with good block setup? Yes. Yes. Does that make it worth paying for? Not necessarily. I don't think I'm going to spend money here. Further than what we've done. Well, last consideration, potion. I want a potion for this fight. I think with the attack potion, we're sorted here. We're about to get several events in a row. Let's see what happens. Remove a card or upgrade all strikes and defends. Actually, this is a very good use case for the upgrade all defends. It's going to make our footworked blocks even more effective. There'll be 10 block, actually no, 11 block defends. I think that's very good. And the 3 upgraded strikes help us for this act too. Fantastic. Just fantastic. So we get to footwork, defend, punch this man, strike this man. Excuse you? Although I think you'll find that we just murder them, right? These are 12 damage a pop. This is 24 damage. Mathulator says 48 plus 24 equals 72. So you're dead. And you're blocked. Easy. I would like another Blade Dance Plus now. Please and thank you. I now want Slay the Spire to give you 1 additional gold for winning a fight if you do it with the exact right amount of damage. Having played, was it Chess Quest rewarded us for that? That was fun. How about a Calculated Gamble Plus? Is that a good card? Seems like a good card. For 0 cost, draw essentially infinitely many cards, is what it actually says. Doesn't seem like it says that, but that's what it means. And I think I want this Terror to be free. We're pretty starved for energy, and this is a pretty important card. Yeah, pretty telling that the Infinite Blades is not so good. Hey, look! This has showed up, too. Seems like a pretty easy take the Bloody Idol to me. There is some small consideration for deliberately not taking the Bloody Idol here. Let me explain the reasoning. If you take the max health instead of trading in the idol, you get to keep the golden idol, so you'll continue to gain 25% more gold for the rest of the run. You also have the opportunity to again trade it in Act 3 to the Moai head, potentially. Since we're already getting a discount at the shop, the money from the golden idol is essentially getting multiplied a little bit more. We're getting 1.25 times 1.2 gold multiplication, so we're making like 145%-ish extra gold. And with the courier, we can spend all of that money, no matter what. So we are likely to gain maybe another relic's worth of stuff if we don't trade in the golden idol by the end of the run. That said, if I lose 20 health here, I go to 36 out of 76, and then I'm trying to fight elites in Act 2? That seems like a pretty crazy idea. My only regret is that we broke the Maw Bank, so we don't get healed by it, but I think I'm taking the Bloody Idol here. I don't want to lose in too much health, for sure. I think if I had the membership card already, it would actually be worth sacrificing over taking the Bloody Idol. And then I get to trade all my remaining money for a random relic. I'll do it. What do you got for me, bud? A Thread and Needle. That's a real good one. 4 plated armor at the start of every combat. That's going to make our blocking even better. And we heal and get a bag of marbles, so now all enemies are vulnerable turn 1, even if we don't draw the terror. And we fight an elite. Do I ever go this way now? Maybe. Let's see. That elite is the 3 Slavers, and guess what? I drew Blade Dance and all-out attack on turn 1. You poor, poor fools. Where is that backstab? Who needs it? That's what I'm saying. Who needs it? Guess I'm playing the Defend Plus, huh? Okay, so 1 more shiv here. 1 shiv here. Make the front guy vulnerable for next turn. Make the middle guy vulnerable. Because he'll be in the fight the longest. And then do that. Take all of 2 damage. No need to attack pot there, although we could have. And I'm just blocking now. Block. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Masterful Stab does lose the bonus damage once we've taken a hit, unfortunately. That's just how it is. Alright, we dispatch the slavers, only taking 2 damage. We pick up a gambling chip, and now things are extra stupid. How about an Endless Agony Plus, which deals 10 damage twice, and can be discarded with a gambling chip for extra bonus cards? Just casually ignoring the Terror Plus, because we already have one. Amazing. Alrighty then. I'm gonna go this way now. Let's get the Burning Elite now. I don't even have that many good upgrades left. Footwork, whatever. Adrenaline, acrobatics, sure. Let's kill stuff. Yeah, the rare Act 2 Burning Elite as Silent takes a special kind of confidence for that to be good. I actually do want these Agonies on turn 1. These are a ton of damage. Plant Scary. Is it? Is it? Seems pretty dispatched. Another chance at Outmaneuver Plus here. Do I want it? Signs increasingly point to yes. Okay, let's take it. Next turn, gain 3 additional energy. This can be a way for us to manufacture almost as much energy as we need. Okay, we could kill the bird. I'm going to hit Chosen first in this fight. I don't like Chosen very much. Chosen is rude. Good fight. All right, we're at full health. Here's a Tactician that I think we're allowed to take, right? I've got an Acrobatics and a Calculated Gamble. Let's do it. I probably wouldn't have taken the Outmaneuver if I'd known I was about to get this, but that's okay. And I'm actually going to not take a Block Pot. I think an Energy Potion is more block than a Block Potion is. I'm increasingly feeling like it was actually correct not to take the Bloody Idol, by the way. Starting to nag at me. Plenty of block for next turn, too. Why not? Strike her. To death. Backflip number 2, right? I think we definitely want at least one more. Now that we've got some energy added addition, we want more card draw to complement that. And the more of each of these we add together, the more both are going to be effective. Book of Stabbing with plus strength. All right, this will be the ultimate challenge. How do we do? Definitely want to play that leg sweep turn 1. Let's gamble the Ascender's Bane and the All-Out Attack, actually. We can do better damage-wise, can we? Well, maybe not. Probably worth playing. Definitely want to use a potion here. We want all of this, actually. Nice. Good. Very good. As long as we can quickly chunk through this opponent's health, we shouldn't have too much of a problem here. So what is this? Blur, leg sweep, auto attack? I think so. Give us some protection for next turn. Is it worth playing? No, we want to dig deeper here. We should backflip first, right? Yeah. I don't think it's worth playing the acrobatic. Someone have enough energy left? Would have hit the tactician. Foolish. Okay, we do get to play the shivs. Thing's almost dead already. That's good. Next turn looks a bit of a conundrum, though. Fortunately, it's just a single hit. Want to do the damage, and we need to full block to make sure that does bonus damage, so sorry, outmaneuver. Not today. 24 plus 13 plus neutralize. We get there. Look at that. No problem. 32 bucks and a boat thingy are our rewards for dispatching the Book of Stabbing. Cloak and Dagger Plus sure does a lot of damage. It's no Blade Dance, but it's pretty good. And we're also offered 1,000 cuts, which could do some decent damage here. Although we would need to upgrade it. I think I'd rather just take the Cloak and Dagger. It scales with our dexterity as well, after all. Collector could be a little tricky. I think a little bit more dexterity would help. Get one more from our footwork here. But overall, with 71 health, I'm not too worried. Alright, this time I am going to discard these Endless Agonies. We'll get extra turn 1 draw out of them, and they'll both duplicate when we see them again. And these are both the same. So we start the fight with 52 block. That seems kind of nice. It's a good strike, auto attack, outmaneuver turn. I'd say it is. Rather than playing the backflip. Apparently wanting to put all the damage on the collector. We'll see if we change our mind there. Okay, very good stuff in the draw pile. Let's gamble for it. We want to play the Blade Dance before we reshuffle the deck with the acrobatics so that we can draw back into it. Sure is nice having all this energy. Cool. Yeah, I'm just going to keep putting damage on Collector for the moment here. That was a nice turn. Not this one, though. It's not quite what I was looking to draw, but I'll take it. Be debuff next turn. Don't have that much card draw, but I think the extra energy will serve me next turn. Could have used the attack potion there, but I'm pretty sure we get through this fight without using this potion. Pretty sure. Yeah. Masterful stab for 3. GG. I'll take it. We get through. We're offered 1,000 cuts again, After Image, and Venom. Venom's kind of interesting. 3 different powers. Shame there's no upgraded skills here. We'd rather have seen a Burst Plus, or a Adrenaline Plus, or an Alchemize Plus, or a Nightmare Plus, but instead this is what we get. So do we need more block? No, certainly not. Probably want more damage. And that damage can come in the form of poison to take down big targets, or 1,000 cuts to take down area fights. I think with the shivs doing as much as they do without having any setup required, I'm going to take the Envenom here so that we can scale up, so that we can stack damage on big healthy bosses like the Heart. And here's the Hovering Kite. First time we discard a card each turn, gain an energy. That seems pretty nice. Otherwise, we're taking the Cursed Key if we want energy, which is less nice. Note that the Hovering Kite always activates on turn 1 with Gambling Chip. That's so good. Or we have to take Snecko Eye, which is pretty good with Gambling Chip. Snecko Eye rolls all of our cards randomly, which makes it a bit awkward to get them to cost 0. I'll take a Hovering Kite. I think with the Gambling Chip, making it guaranteed activate on turn 1, that's a really, really good pickup here. Alright, I think we're going to do very well if we continue taking as many elites as possible, and I see 3 at best here up the side. Hit an early shop. We'd love to continue to remove strikes, and we would love to look at more powers. Still haven't seen a well-laid plans. Still planning on doing multiple streams per day, Doom Drake. I'm not 100% sure when our final kill for the challenge is going to be, but it's probably going to be sometime during next week. That won't be the end of my content for the year or for the month when we do either. Got a bit of a celebratory finale planned after we reach 400. I can just draw. Pretty good turn 1, if I do say so myself. Acrobatics with a plus on it. And a Hovering Kite. Yep, I'm taking that. Also like this Dexterity Potion for the late game. I'm unlikely to need an Attack or Flex Potion. Well, it's Reptomancer. I would like the damage ones. Actually, no, I'll keep the current potions. Here's the membership card. That membership card is pretty good. Oh man, there's so many good things in this store, actually. Well, let's start out with membership card. 50% discount on all products. Means that things are even cheaper. It was correct to take the to skip the bloody idol. That's funny. Lots of other things I like here too. I like card remove, I like expertise, I like cloak and dagger, I like accuracy, and I like the ornamental fan. Happy Flower's not bad either. But if I'm going to go lots of shivs, we want a way to get block for them. Making each shiv do dramatically more damage is also very, very helpful, which is where the accuracy comes in. Sadistic nature to go with Envenom is cute. Not particularly worthwhile, I don't think, but cute. I don't think the fan is adequate here, is it? Just too expensive. Catalyst Plus. Who needs it? Oh, and I can buy the expertise? Deal. We have Courier. And membership card. That seems pretty good, actually. If only I'd bought the El Mori. I don't think I'm supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it. Can it really be this easy? Can it? Can it really? Might take a different path to get to the shop now, though, is the thing. The amount of relics we just got is a little absurd. Oh. Slight problem, huh? Okay, there's the other one. So no risk now. Good. Draw many cards. Outmaneuver next turn is pretty good. It's 25, 41. Do that. Again. Necro. It'd be really funny if I had drawn both normalities there. That'd be... Would not have been prepared for that. Would not have been prepared for that. Just want to lower their health so I can get them all on the same turn here. Both die. Okay, so we can just do Envenom auto attack here. Perfect. Alright, we've escaped the first fight. Offered an accuracy plus. I might just want a dagger throw. As long as I've got normalities in the deck. Just one more way to discard things. Seems like it's not a bad idea here. Heck no. Right? Well, actually. Seems almost suicidal with two normalities. But only almost. I've got really good potions here. So I'm pretty tempted, actually. Do it for the content. I'll do it. I think I've got good odds. I just gotta not be silly here. No. 1, 2, 3. We are no longer allowed to draw more cards this turn, which is fine, because there's no way to draw more cards this turn. Outmaneuver seems unreliable. I should have used the Flex Potion at the beginning of this turn. It's still worth using. Still worth using. Okay, that's a pretty good start. There's your content. No problem, though. We're fine. Right? We're fine? I think we're fine. Block? Yeah. No need for accuracy. If we draw the Blade Dance, we win. Easy. There. Yeah, perfect fight. We get the Unceasing Top. If we somehow manage to end up with no cards in our hand, we get to draw a card. And there's a Reflex. Let's go. I don't think we go here. I think that would be banana pants. I think we're now going to go this way. Just directly to the first store. Skip the rest of the elites. The 999 gold buys way more relics than we get from fighting elites. Let's recall here. This is a random chest, so I don't have to take the pantograph, but I want to. I don't have to take the blue key, rather, but I want to, because I don't think we need the healing of the pantograph. That's what I was trying to say. And I might upgrade the Envenom. Acrobatics is also a good upgrade here. I don't actually have to play the Envenom. Alright, I'd rather upgrade the Adrenaline. That way I can spend the energy on anything. More money. Turn 1 block. Excellent. We are so freaking rich. You have no idea how rich we are. Keep the Survivor, actually, so I can discard the other Normality if we see it. Currently, we don't. Play the Blur, and then the Adrenaline. Turn might have stopped there, but didn't. Let's gamble. Alright, great turn 1. Got him. Prepared plus, draw 2, discard 2. Help us sift through the deck a little bit more. We're almost to the shop, where this will all pay off in a moment. Very exciting. Okay, it'll come later in the turn. But first, the stabbing. Play that at the end. Rorg. That's damage. Well, that's not good. Draw 3. Oh, okay, that's better. Discard this, and we're on our way. It's almost spooky for a second. Easy. All right, we made it to the store, Twitch chat, with $1,234. And a Catalyst Plus that I don't want. The perfect gold. So, here at the store, everything is super duper on sale. Thanks to membership card, we have a base 50% discount. Courier is another 20% discount. Those are multiplicative, so 60% discount, or we're paying 40% of the base value of things. So Incense Burner is barely 10% of our money. Let's start with that. Snecko Skull. When we apply poison, apply one more. We've got an Envenom, so sure. Dead Branch. Whenever we exhaust a card, add a random card to our hand and a Shuriken. And a bottled Envenom. To go with a Snecko Skull. Well, why not? Why not? Alright, let's stop looking at relics for the moment. That was already a good start. Let's remove a Normality before we forget. Let's add another Acro Plus. Let's add another Acro Plus. Let's add another Blade Dance Plus. Let's add another Deflect Plus. Concentrate, you look pretty good. Escape Plan, sure, why not? Malaise Plus, I love it. How about another Blur? Okay, that seems fine. The Courier. What else do we want at this point? Infinite Blades is kind of weak. Eviscerate's okay. Actually, Eviscerate slaps pretty hard. Not that I necessarily need more attacks. I like the Potion Liquid Memories. Yeah, I think of the potions, that's probably the best. Yeah, there is one more shop, so we might as well save some of this cash anyway. Gotta remove a thingamajig. Any upgrades that feel particularly important? Yeah, I want to upgrade Envenom now that it's bottled. Cool. He's drunk with power. I also want to look at that last event, because I got all the cards I wanted. Anyway. Into Fall. Lose Dagger Throw, Footwork, or Defend Plus. Still want this Dagger Throw, so I'll lose one Defend. I don't mind being down one. Kind of like a starter removal. Even though they're good starters. And we could either upgrade Acro or Accuracy, or one of the weakness cards. Got the Malaise, though. We don't need more weakness. Let's upgrade the Accuracy. If I was worth including, it's worth making plus. That's how I see it. Alright, this ludicrously strong run has made it to our first Act 3 boss, which will be the Awakened one. Of course, the Awakened one gets stronger with every power played, which can make them a bit of a troublemaker. But we've got answers to that. Oh my, and I drew Blade Dance turn 1. Let the shivening begin. Instantly Malaise. Love it. And After Image. And Reflex. Nice. Let's Malaise. That branch sure is a lot of cards. Alright, that'll do for this turn. Let's spin. Yeah, there's the Normality. I figured we might end up drawing into that. Sure would like to remove the other one. It's okay. This is going to be the best Malaise ever, though. Check this out. Womp womp. You could have some strength back, that's fine. Set up the bullet time. Use the bullet time to make all these new cards free, including Nightmare. I think things are happening. Hello? I did have no draw, okay. Just kill you on this turn, sure. Retain 70 block for this, and be intangible, because heck you, apparently. Get shift. Set up a Blade Dance to make room in hand, I guess. Real the hole seems pretty good. 12 damage 5 times? What? Kerpow. Really? Enjoy your one life, Awakened One. Won't last you long. Alright, that was our first boss. Second boss is gonna be the Time Eater. We can't quite do the same silly shenanigans here, because you can only play 12 cards per turn against this particular foe. And yet... good luck, you stinky snail. I can play exactly 12 cards, that would be ideal. Perfect. Even add poison. How convenient. Phantasmal Killer. It seems like it might be worth it. Let's do Outmaneuver and Phantasmal Killer. I like that. And I'm going to retain this block, too. You have fun, Time Eater. I guess the Outmaneuver boosts the malaise? That's not what I expect. Oh. That's even better. Nightmare the malaise. Then Time Eater will never bother another soul again. Works for me. So yeah, those wondering, will the Dead Branch clog the deck? The answer is not in a bad way. It's pretty good. Is pretty good. We actually don't even play these yet. For phase 2. Keep that strength. Discard. Okay, we're looking for the other normality, or the other malaise soon here. If possible, we'd like to defeat Time Eater with the Incense Burner set to the number 4. There's other priorities going on, though. This time through the deck is definitely a little more difficult with how many cards there are. There's Malaise. Yeah, let's just go ahead and use that right now. Cards. We'd like this to last a full 6 more turns. That means playing this slower. This is a good time to do that, actually. Just forget this turn. We're intangible next turn, that's fine. Good. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Yeah, not doing too much damage. Next turn could be pretty bad for us, though. I am okay if we need to take damage to get the Incense Burner set up correctly. It's fine. This might draw Normality. Did not. Blue Leg Sweep, that's good. Okay, we want it dead next turn, so Catalyst will be perfect. Excellent. Alright, that was set up perfectly. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this money? Just think we could have had even more money had I not taken the Bloody Idol. It's only healed me for 26, which was mostly in Act 2, and then I didn't use that healing, so I do think it was, again, wrong to pick this up. Fortunately, it won't make a difference one way or the other on this run, but definitely amusing to me. Time to shop. Not much left that we can purchase. Most important thing, no more Normality, please. Get the heck out of here. Let's see, what else is nice? Art of War looks pretty good, giving me energy if I don't play any attacks. Centennial Puzzle's good card draw as well. Good Instincts, I agree, looking nice. Acrobatics looking nice. Let's start with the Centennial and the Art of War. Also like Bronze Scales, that'll help against the heart too. Nunchaku, that gives us energy for 10 attacks played, that's going to be great. And if I can only buy one of Acro or Good Instincts, it's going to be the Good Instincts. Freudian hit, thanks for the 33 months and the Prime sub. So close to 3 full years, much love to ya. You're about to see something very silly. Excellent malaise draw. Let's lose the strike. Lose the defend. Lose the expertise, too. Let's see what we draw here. Concentrate. Perfect. Perfect here. So the Envenom will cause Artifact to be removed when we play our attacks here. So I can apply weakness to this one. And then we can use Concentrate and Malaise on the Spear here. It hits 4 times. That's pretty good. But I think we just want to spend as much energy as possible. Not. Spin to win. Spin to win. What else we got here? Looks okay. One down, one to go. And one bird-faced urn, which now heals me 2 per power we play. As well as another chance at outmaneuver. With the Dead Branch, I actually do want a second copy of outmaneuver here. Burner on 2 was not desirable. Got a little carried away there. But I don't think it's going to matter too much. Discard that as well. Use the expertise? Sure. I don't know if that was correct. Here we are. Regardless. Beat of Death is a little annoying in this fight. Wraith form is fun. Might be able to use that to our advantage. Actually, yeah, I can Liquid Memories that, and then, yeah. Seems good. Predator or Outmaneuver? Can't realistically do both. Let's do Outmaneuver. Alright. It's a pretty weak turn. Am I sure that I wanted to Liquid Memories the Wraith form? Honestly, with this draw, I don't think so. I want to Liquid Memories Acrobatics. Played. Still haven't played any attacks, but I am going to Sucker Punch here, I think. Or I could gamble. Let's gamble. Perfect. Alright, well, clearly all that other nonsense was unnecessary. And then Malaise at the end here. Alright, that was a pretty good turn. Seems good to me. The shuffle time was a little worrying there. This is 50 plus cards. Yikes. Catalyst. Nice poison. Nerd. Now I am intangible. Obviously the best time to be intangible is now. Don't question it. Don't seem to be able to do further damage here. Very well. Alright, nerd. Smell you later. GG. GG. And that's number 392. I'll take it. What a wild, wild run that was. Start to finish. Just a dominatingly good silent run. Filthy rich to boot. GG. Look at that. Gold saved 2,028 between the membership card and the courier. That means we essentially got to spend double money. We saved more money than we had. We only got 1914 gold over the course of the whole run, so we saved more than our actual money value. Zero Elite Act 3, by the way. Zero Elite Act 3, and yet this is the number of relics we had at the start of Act 3, was the Hovering Kite. So Zero Elite, 10 Relic Act. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Now what has it been done? The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. We've had a very good day. Really enjoyed our tutorial run, how to defeat the heart as Defect. I think we did that really well. And now 2 glorious, very different wins. 45 card Dead Branch Silent, and 20 card Infinite Sundial Ironclad. Very different, equally successful runs. That was a pretty good store right here. A casual 5 really good relics and 8 cards. Was it, in retrospect, a mistake to not think about the possibility of the... When did we see the Umori? That was here? Yeah, I probably should have bought Umomori instead of Accuracy. That seems about right. It was literally the next floor, too. I didn't think it was very likely that we were going to see the 999 gold. But I don't know, spending the money to bank on it versus taking the things that were guaranteed good in that moment. Because I was originally planning on fighting 4 elites in Act 3, so this was my get ready for 4 elites line. I'm still pretty happy with the choice that I made. But yeah, that was GG. It's crazy good. All right, Twitch chat. Well, it's been a long, long week for me. Really thrilled with all the things we got done this week, but recovering from being under the weather has been a little blah. We will be back, however, next week to finish up the challenge. Almost assuredly going to hit our 400 sometime during next week of streams, so next week is the one to tune in for if you want to catch the end of the challenge. We'll be doing some other stuff next week as well, of course, playing a little bit of variety, trying to finish up every squad on Unfair and Into the Breach, since that didn't go well when I tried this week. And probably some more stuff besides. Hope you all have a good night and a wonderful evening, everybody. See you later, Pricksmire, Shaozon, Sherlock Wright, Pop Monkey, Root Reducer, Brunchy, Steven123, Spirit Sparrow, Scotino, Bigashu, Fayley, Dune Beast, Donkba, Old Man Twitches. That's right. Tomorrow, Sunday, we'll be announcing through the Discord another reminder for the charity event being hosted by Haligonian 89, shoving a weighted sled back and forth 300-ish times in support of men's mental health and fitness. That'll be you'll get a link to that on the Discord tomorrow for those who are interested. Pretty cool. But I'm out of here, everybody. See you midway. Have a good night, folks. Toodaloo. So long. Farewell. Till next time, stay cozy, be kind to one another, and have a good one. Bye-bye now.